and the other is a pen. There is a third power stronger than both. It is that of a woman, Malala Yousafzai. A strong woman knows she has strength enough for the journey. But a woman of strength knows it is in the journey where she will become strong. A very good morning to one and all present here. This is Akhtar Unisa from the Department of Economics, your host for this session. Mount Carmel PU College is hosting the National Symposium, Redesigning the World of 21st Century, with the theme Eve, Education and Environment, to commemorate its Platinum Jubilee celebration under the able guidance of our academic administrator and convener, Dr. Sister Genevieve. Sister has spearheaded this event with her innovative ideas and meticulous planning from its conception to completion, and has been ably assisted by Mrs. Babita Saldana, our principal and co-convener of the symposium. Prayer is the raising of one's mind and heart to God. We will now invoke the blessings of the Almighty through a prayer video.
Just a woman. Help me believe in what I could be and all that I am. Show me the stairway I have to climb. Lord, for my sake, teach me to take one day at a time. One day. Just give me the strength to do every day what I have to do. Yesterday's gone, sweet Jesus, and tomorrow may never be mine. Lord, help me today, show me the way, one day at a time. When you walked among men, well, Jesus, you know, if you're looking below, it's worse now than then. Pushing and shoving, that's crowded my mind. So for my sake, teach me to take one day at a time. One day at a time, sweet Jesus, that's all I'm asking of you. Just give me the strength to do every day what I have to do. Yesterday's gone, sweet Jesus, and tomorrow may never be mine. Lord, help me today, show me the way, one day at a time. Just give me the strength to do every day what I have to do. Yesterday's gone, sweet Jesus, and tomorrow may never be mine. Lord, help me today, show me the way, one day at a time. Lord, help me today, show me the way, one day at a time.
I now invite the Western Music Association to render the college song. I request everyone to rise. Kindly refrain from clapping.
Raise we then the joyous shout, life to alma mater, life to each professor here, life to all our comrades dear. May they leave us never, may they leave us never. Showers of her blessings, Our Lady of Mount Carmel, may the years bring her renown, on the children be her crown. Amen to that prayer, amen to that prayer. Give us a vision bright, courage to dream, on reach our destiny, ford in all streams, to wipe away the dark, brighten this land, with our anthems raised, praise the Lord divine. Carmel will shine.
Thank you, WMA. Kindly be seated. The word woman is very powerful. This word has a certain charm to it because it is a reflection of love, care, nurture, responsibilities, power, eternity, motherhood, and so on. A woman in any society is the mirror of that society. If she is oppressed, the society is oppressed. If she is educated, the society is educated. If she is empowered, the society is empowered. A woman is like an atom of the society, without whom there would be nothing. She is the one who holds on to and carries forward the culture and traditions. One cannot thank a woman enough for the infinite roles she plays and the endless responsibilities she takes on for the sake of her children, family, community, and society. If you educate a man, you educate an individual. But if you educate a woman, you educate a nation. From keeping the home safe and clean to portraying excellent outcomes in the workplace, a woman can do it all. Their capabilities must not be underestimated based on their gender, and they should be given equal opportunity to display their talents. It is essential for us to know the status of women in our society. Today's panel discussion will center around Eve, that is, woman. On behalf of Mount Carmel PU College, it is my proud privilege to extend a warm and a hearty welcome to the sisters from our management. A hearty welcome to our pillar of strength and support, our visionary, our academic administrator, Dr. Sister Genevieve. A warm welcome to our dynamic principal, Ms. Babita Saldana. Warm welcome to our illustrious panelists and moderator for accepting our invitation to participate in this program despite their hectic schedules. Hearty welcome to our former staff, media, outstation participants, principals, staff and students of participating colleges, staff and students of Mount Carmel Degree Autonomous, staff and students of Mount Carmel PU College, and members of the organizing committee. I now request our dear academic administrator and co-convener, Dr. Sister Genevieve, to welcome Srimati Margaret Alva, a proud Carmelite, former governor of Uttarakhand, Goa, Rajasthan, and Gujarat, former minister for women and children. Madam has been a part of our Silver and Golden Jubilee celebration with Dr. Sister Genevieve, and we are very happy to have her celebrate a Platinum Jubilee with us. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you, dear sister. I now request our principal, Ms. Babita Saldana, to welcome Dr. Sarasu Esther Thomas, Professor of Law, School of India University, Coordinator for Center for Women and Law and Human Rights Lawyering Program. Thank you, dear Ms. Babita. I now request Ms. Dorcas Doss, Dean of Commerce, to extend a warm welcome to Ms. Arlene Manoharan, a proud Carmelite, an independent child protection specialist at Enfold, India, creating safe spaces and also with the congregation of Our Lady of Charity of Good Shepherd. Thank you, Ms. Dorcas. I now request Ms. Preeti Roy from the Department of Biology to welcome our illustrious moderator, Dr. Anil Abraham. Dr. Anil Abraham is a dermatologist and was a professor and head at St. John's Medical College and Hospital. Thank you, Ms. Preeti. Our distinguished eminent speakers for this session are our first speaker, Srimati Margaret Alva, our second speaker, Dr. Sarasu Esther Thomas, and our third speaker, Ms. Arlene Manoharan. Our moderator for this session is Dr. Anil Abraham. Dr. Anil Abraham is a dermatologist and was a professor and head at St. John's Medical College and Hospital. He's trained at Stanford University and was a Rotary Exchange Fellow to Birmingham. He is also a well-known radio voice, a theater actor, influencer, stand-up comedian, TED speaker, and is a speaker at several national and international conferences. He has been a prominent member of the local residence team that planted over 500 trees and helped with the regreening of Mount Carmel area, Vasantanagar. He too is a proud Carmelite who had his nursery education in Mount Carmel's. He has all Carmelite values from his mother, who has taught in Mount Carmel College for many years. I will now hand over the session to our moderator, Dr. Anil Abraham.
Good morning, everyone. Glad to see young and enthusiastic faces in the audience. All of you, even in the front rows. Yes, young and enthusiastic. I can see a question in the minds of several of the people in the audience. What is a man doing moderating the symposium on Eve? It's time. It's about time that men sat and listened while women spoke. I think the world needs to change. May I invite the esteemed speakers to the dais, please, so that we can begin the symposium. Welcome once again to the Symposium on Eve, part of the Platinum Jubilee celebrations of Mount Carmel College Group of Institutions. And this is a symposium on redesigning the world for the 21st century. As the speakers come to the dais, I would like to sensitize you to the fact that it's time for change, by reading out a small poem that I wrote after being in Mount Carmel College yesterday for another similar symposium. Isn't it time? Isn't it about time? Isn't it time we stop teaching our daughters what to wear and instead start teaching our sons not to stare? Isn't it time we stop girls from going out late at night and started teaching our sons what's wrong and what's right? Isn't it time we stopped teaching daughters to cook and clean more and started teaching sons their part in every domestic chore? Isn't it time we stopped calling our daughters pariah dhan and spent as much on their education? Isn't it time we taught the poor, confused gent that no means no and you need consent? Isn't it time this was clear once we are married that consent clause even here can be carried? Isn't it time we made toys and games applicable to all instead of dress her in pink and give her a doll? Isn't it time we got up and gave the wife a hot cup of tea instead of calling out to her with a "Sunte ho ji"? Isn't it time we stopped planning for dowry and gold and instead taught our daughters to be fearless and bold? Isn't it time we stopped comments about PMS and mood and decided that misogynistic jokes are just unfunny and crude? Isn't it time we stop fitting women into abla nari and feel the need to protect her because she's such a bechari? She's not. Isn't it time we stopped saying, I permitted her to work and make gender parity a right, not a perk? Isn't it time we stop stereotypes, women are carers and feeders, and encourage more women to stand up and be leaders? Isn't it time? Isn't it about time? Which brings me to the first speaker for the day on the Symposium on Eve, Mrs. Margaret Alva, who needs no introduction in the Mount Carmel College Group of Institutions. She has been an Indian politician and a leader. She served as the governor of Goa, the governor of Gujarat, the governor of Rajasthan, and the governor of Uttarakhand. She is an inspiration to young women and young men who aspire to be leaders, and to their families when she says, "I never had to face any family constraints on my political activities," which is the way our family should be when we aspire to enter any field of our choice. Mrs. Margaret Alva has also campaigned for a greater prominence of women in government and in her party's official posts. Her 1989 proposal that 33% of seats in Panchayat Raj, local government elections, should be reserved for women became law in 1993. And these are some of the few achievements from the very, very impressive biodata of Mrs. Margaret Alva. In this hallowed hall and on this podium, Mrs. Margaret Alva needs no introduction. She needs one single sentence to be said. She is a leader of the world today, and she is a Carmelite. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the first speaker of the day, Mrs. Margaret Alva.
Yeah, we are live on YouTube.
Honorable moderator, fellow panelists, my old college mate, and now the boss here, Sister Genevieve. Sisters, members of the staff, and young Carmelites. It's a pleasure to be here, but I'm telling Sister today, I've done 3 events this year, no more. Okay? I'm supposed to speak about women and leadership. Topic is vast, and every one of us knows that though everybody says, where are the women? We ultimately lead from the womb to the tomb. We have our own way of getting things done, of being heard in the family, in the home, and outside when necessary. Indian history is replete with stories of women of valor, women, mystics, and priestesses, singers and poets, social reformers and queens and rulers who influenced policy and events and shaped society in their own unique way. In a male-dominated and male-oriented society of their times, they stand out as women of courage who wrote not his story, but her story in letters of gold. From the secluded chambers of their palaces and temple complexes inside forts, their voices and valor burst forth to lead and influence their people, many dying while leading from the front. It is the inner strength that propelled them to give their lives for a cause and made them legends. Mahatma Gandhi recognized this strength and declared, "India will never be free until our women step out and join us in the battle for freedom." And they responded coming out in their thousands, untrained, unorganized, but with a will of steel, hidden in their weak and often famished bodies. They faced the British police lathis, went to jail, and brought a new vigor into the movement. It is this involvement that brought us equal rights, economic and political, in our Constitution in 1950, and paved the way for our participation in the socio-political processes of the nation as voters, campaigners, elected representatives, candidates, ministers, chief ministers, and even a prime minister. We have thousands of them today in leadership positions, political, administrative, and in every field. And when I talk about leadership, there are different concepts that people have of what makes a leader, who is a leader, how do you identify a leader. Leadership to me is the capacity to look ahead, to think anew, to influence decision making, to help mold an inclusive society based on the values of equality, justice, freedom, and secularism, where caste, creed, color, or region do not matter, where every citizen feels secure and proud to be an Indian. It is this that makes leaders, a commitment to a vision, to an idea, and work towards achieving it. Leadership is not only about leading marches or making speeches or sitting on dharnas. It is about creating bonds, building bridges, reaching out to the vulnerable, the rejected, the neglected, the terrorized, the frightened citizen. True leaders change things, work for justice and equality. They stand up for what is right and are prepared to reject what is wrong. They are not afraid to speak out and be counted. I know that when I was in Mount Carmel, I used to speak and often out of turn. I used to say things which my teachers didn't think I should be saying. In fact, my catechism teacher, a good old lady from Kerala, when she taught us catechism, and sometimes came out with atrocious propositions, and I challenged her. She told me, "Margaret, I am telling you, your place is reserved in hell." And of course, she complained to Mother Antoinette, my principal, who called me and said, "Margaret, why are you harassing your catechism teacher?" I told her the truth, what was happening, what dogma she was teaching me, and so on. Mother Antoinette couldn't avoid a smile. But all I can say is that the catechism teacher was changed. And I, the one who had a seat reserved in hell, went on to win the gold medal in the All India Xavier Board of Higher Education catechism class, both in the PUC and in the degree level. And therefore, my catechism was not all wrong. And at times, it takes courage to stand up and say, this is wrong. Look at what we have to do to put things right. So it is in politics. I could have gone a long, long way more. I've come a long way. if I had learned to keep my mouth shut, as people tell me, at the right time. But I have always believed that leaders and followers are two different categories. It is easy to follow. As Bertrand Russell said, cogs in the machine. You fit in and the machine goes on. But it takes courage. It takes a lot of spirit, particularly for women, to stand up and say, "Bas ho gaya bhai, khatam karo." This is what leadership today is all about. Leadership, I believe, involves 7 facets. Mobilization at various levels. You have to mobilize the common people around you, your colleagues, your friends, those who are working with you. You have to be one who mobilizes them, creating awareness on their rights and on their duties. We have to know what life is all about, what the Constitution is, what individual rights and duties are. And we have to mobilize people, not just women, to understand and become part of that whole process of change. We have to give a voice to the exploited, the marginalized, and have the courage to speak up for them. How many of us are prepared to stand up and fight for a woman who's undergoing domestic violence every day? Even in your own family, if your sister-in-law is being subjected to violence, do you speak up and defend her as another woman, as a sister? Or do you let your mother and the others have their way? Luckily, the law on dowry, which had been passed in the 60s and under which there had been one single case filed, no conviction, nothing, and thousands of our sisters were being burnt for dowry. And they were all just washed away or pushed under the carpet with no law, no conviction to protect them. It was when I became Minister for Women and Children that I brought in far-reaching amendments to the dowry law. 2 things we changed. One was that if a dowry death occurred in the marital home, then it was for the family, her husband's family, to prove that they were not responsible for that suicide or that murder. And the second was that it was made a non-bailable offense. Friends, you will be surprised. Do you read about dowry deaths today? You used to see them every day in the papers. That fear and that one amendment has changed how we look at dowry and the crimes that came out of it. This is where I say it takes a certain amount of courage to take the steps that can change society. You have laws with all the loopholes that men create for their own protection. Laws have been pardon my saying it, we have a friend here. Laws have been drafted by men for the protection of men. And it takes some battle axe women like me to stand up and say, "Bas ho gaya, let us now review them all." And that is what I did during my 5 years as Minister for Women and Child Development. I'm not listing them, but a whole lot of laws were amended. I came, for instance, with this amendment in the law on trafficking. It was known as SITA, okay? Because it was Suppression of Immoral Traffic Act. So people said, why SITA, poor thing? Acha, so we tried to change the name. We said, okay, Prevention of Immoral Traffic Act. Arey pita kaise aa gaya isme? Why my father? Acha, wo bhi nahi hua. Finally, we found a compromise. We amended. And one thing I want to say, for the first time, we also brought boys into the ambit of the law. Because nobody talked about trafficking of young, innocent boys in our society. There were changes. Finally, we called it ITPA, Immoral Traffic Prevention Act. Everybody agreed. But I want to tell you, the day the law was amendments were being brought by me on the floor of the House, after question hour, the bill was called, and all the men picked up their bags and said, "Ye to aapka din hai aaj, hum to jayenge, tum log baat kariye." I said, "You will not move. If it wasn't for you men, we would never have needed this law. If you don't want to speak, at least have the courage to sit and listen to what we have to say, because you are the culprits, not us." And they sat and they listened. The feeling that all this is all women's fault, we are the victims, and we have to pay the price. This happens with every legislation that involves the rights of women. And then, as I said, we have to help mold thinking processes. Not only your teachers and people sitting in parliament, but in our daily lives, you can influence. Mold people's thinking, influence them. And as it said, light a lamp instead of cursing the dark. The leader lights the lamp. Very often you have functions, and we come and light the lamp, and pictures appear in the papers. It has a significance. You light a lamp so that you do away with the darkness around you. And then, I would say, developing leadership among others. Most leaders are afraid to develop leadership among others, particularly in politics. I think it's so also in the teaching profession, I don't know. अरे उनको ट्रेन करो तो हमारा जगह ले लेंगे कल. I used to go when I was minister, when I was party office bearer, find young people, somebody speaking beautifully at a seminar, at a meeting them at tea, being impressed, calling them, trying to involve them. And my colleagues, the women, would say, "Arey, what are you doing? These young educated girls will replace you tomorrow." I said, if they are better than me, they have a right to replace you and me. They have to be given an opportunity to come forth and not be suppressed because I'm afraid of them. A leader is not afraid of identifying and building leadership around them. And then I would say, creating support systems. Women come to me, so many young girls, college girls come and say, "Madam, I want to get involved in politics. How do I join? How do I come in? How do I get a seat?" We have to create networks which help bring new people into the stream, new people into the mainstream, and encourage them to participate. I told many of them, take part in your college debates. Begin to stand up. I was identified as a speaker here in Mount Carmel College. I had never gone up a platform. One day they ran out of speakers for the college selection team. The judges had come, no speakers to appear. The English teacher just caught me and put me on the stage. I said, I've never spoken. I was a newcomer in the PUC. No, you talk so much, you come and talk on the stage. Arey pakad liya. Like that we were brought. And believe me, for the first time with my knees trembling, we had to pick up the topic and speak. I got co-education. 5 minutes, not 5 minutes, I think 3 minutes or 4 minutes. I don't know what I said, but I spoke. And I was number 2 on the selected list. They had discovered a speaker in me. And I went on to become one of the best-known inter-university debaters, spoken in Parliament. And when I stood before the General Assembly of the UN to represent my country, I thought of Sarla Nair, the English professor of Mount Carmel College, who had pushed me up the stage with my trembling knees. This is how leaders are identified, created, molded. And I think, therefore, this concept that leaders are born here, what can we do? Hum to kaun hai? No. There is leadership in every one of you. In your own field, in your own way, in your family, you can be a path-breaking young woman who can change things. I will give you 3 examples of initiatives which we took. I don't know how much time. Am I running out of time? Okay. Just give me a warning 3 minutes before. First is, of course, reservation. I was one of those who spearheaded this to bring reservation to women. Our plea was from panchayats to parliament, but the men were horrified. I was vilified. अरे कहाँ जाके बाहर से ideas लेके आते हैं? ये कहाँ चलेगा हमारे गांव में? Our women don't even come out of the front door. They are in the kitchen. And in any case, what do you expect us to do, asked the MPs? क्या हम खाना पकाएंगे और हमारी बीबी parliament जाएगी? What is this nonsense about? We had to fight, mobilize, and thanks to Rajiv Gandhi, who was committed to this, we managed to get the local bodies approved, but assemblies and parliament still stuck debating. The law has been passed by the Rajya Sabha. But Modi ji, beti bachao, beti padhao, beti jitao, parliament ko lao, is my plea. The agenda at the local level. The human face of development has begun to emerge at the grassroots. It's not just buildings and roads. It's about nutrition, about health, about drinking water, about childcare, about security for the women and girls. These are the issues that women are fighting for when elected to local bodies. Then, of course, there's the Stree Shakti, the self-help groups, which we organize in villages, essentially, or in the slums, where 10 women get together and begin to run a small economic unit, whatever it is, earn and divide money among themselves, who lend to each other, and who are able to become economically self-sufficient. Ultimately, power lies in the purse strings. If you have to go and beg of your husband, कि थोड़ा पैसा दो, एक साड़ी खरीदनी है. Give me a little money, it's my mother's birthday, I want to give her a gift. It's the most humiliating thing for a woman to have to go and beg of a mother-in-law or her husband. I know of women who've told me, we work, madam, but we have to take the salary on the first and give it to my mother-in-law. I have to ask for money for my bus pass. I have to ask for money for my afternoon lunch in the canteen. This is the situation which we have sought to change by these self-help groups. And I was in Gujarat, the famous Anand Dairy. They come, they give the milk, they take the money and put it in their pocket. So when I asked them, do your husbands take away this money? For whom do you spend it? हाथ नहीं लगाने देते हैं, ये तो मेरा पैसा है. This is the point. Women feel that confidence when they earn that money. And last but not the least is the satins, which we introduced particularly in the so-called backward areas, where the man comes home drunk, beats up his wife, beats the children. There's everyday hell in that home. The satin goes to such a home which is identified with 5 or 6 other women. They sit outside the house or the hut and they wait for him to come, the drunken man. He's not allowed to enter the house. He's prevented. Often, they tie him up with a rope and say, go and sleep outside. You are drunk, you cannot enter the house. And it has worked. Men are afraid to come home drunk. Get drunk and sleep where you want, do what you want, but you will not come and beat your wife and children. Things have begun to change. Men have begun to support this movement of satins. And with this, in Karnataka, we have the Santwana scheme, which gives free legal aid, 24-hour helplines to women in distress, and gives them a legal way to fight their battles. But there are many gaps in leadership which we still have to deal with. The Dalit movement, for instance. The way the Dalit women and girls are exploited. They have no voice. They have no succor. They have nothing. We hear tall speeches, everything. But even today, there are villages in Rajasthan, and I say it with all confidence, with all knowledge. The girl, when she reaches puberty, has to be sent to the home of the Rajput landlord. His is the first right on that girl. Girl is to be married. The first night has to be spent with the landlord. These are still the reality in the lives of Dalits. My children made a beautiful movie, A Day in the Life of a Dalit in UP. This little girl, torn clothes, hair not washed, not cleaned, face, going from house to house with a bowl, asking for food for her family. She has to beg for food from all the homes and take it home so the family can have something to eat because they are untouchables. And at the end of that movie, silent movie, you just watch this child, they ask her, "Tum kya banna chahti ho? What do you want to be?" And with her eyes large as life, she says, "Main insaan banna chahti hu. I want to become a human being." Because she feels she is not, and society is not treating her as such. Other thing is tribal land rights, which of course is a big issue. We have been fighting it. I've been fighting it in and outside Parliament, where the Dalits hardly have a voice. Big business, industry comes and take away their land. They are landless, they are helpless, they are homeless, and they are in the slums in the cities. Trade unions. I've been a member of the National Executive in Dhaka. Women are members, but they don't have the time to get involved with the whole thing of running trade unions. There are meetings, there are strikes, there are dharnas. It's a problem for most women. and they never reach decision-making positions in the trade unions. They are there as members. I saw this when we fought the case of the air hostesses. They were all members of the trade union, but the decision makers were men, and all the discrimination continued because the men in the executive never fought for the women, cabin crew. And then I would just say two more things. One is domestic workers. There is no leadership of women to organize domestic workers, who are the largest segment of women who work, who are exploited, underpaid, undernourished. Long hours, no help. And there are very few women who are able to speak up for them, to lead them, and to give them justice. And of course, as I said, trafficking women and children, what happens around the world. I've been on international committees. They're trafficked across borders. Children have their organs removed for transplant. They have no status, they have no citizenship, they have no rights because they are illegal, so-called immigrants who have been brought across the border. Leadership here is very, very much lacking from women. My 55 years in public life has seen women's roles change from village to international fora. The women's movement has had its impact and helped change laws. The gaps are still huge, but women have emerged, crashed the glass ceiling, and taken their place on the high table as decision makers, policy influencers. They are listened to today with respect. They can no longer be silenced. Women are visible. They have turned leaders. The veils on their faces have been ripped open by their own powerful hands, and they have begun to make a change, a difference. I remember village meetings I used to go in when I was a young MP. Women would be far away standing under the trees to listen, and the men would be on the stage and in the shamiana. It was men who ruled. Today you go to the villages, the shamiana is full of women. And there are women on the stage, often more women than men, because they have reserved seats and they have become panchayat chairman members. Things have changed. As we used to say, turn the carpet inside out. Women go in and the men go out. So that is what is happening in many places. But I'm certainly against saying men don't matter. They have to be partners with us. We have to carry them along. Without the men supporting us, things cannot really change, either in society or in economics or in the political system. There has been this long debate on reservations for women. I'm not going into it, but I do believe that they cannot keep us out for too long. The bills will come, we will be in assemblies, we will be in parliament in larger numbers. Even today, women are fighting money power, muscle power, caste power, and winning and coming to parliament and to the assemblies. They are facing the men, taking them on. And I believe the time has come when the change will move much faster. It has been argued that there must be at least 50% women in any forum for decisions to be taken in their favor. I don't believe so. 30%, 35% even can change and help us. When women are empowered as political leaders, countries are seen to experience higher standards of living, with positive developments in education, infrastructure, and health, as also concrete steps being taken to help make democracy deliver. Empowering women politically helps develop democratic institutions so they can begin to successfully address issues related to their security, jobs, human rights, physical well-being, and human development. And I must say, all studies, recently one from Harvard, has shown that women perform much better in crisis management than the men. And countries where women headed governments during COVID, statistics, not mine, international statistics show death rates were lower, health outreach was better, and there was a much more humane approach to the problems of families during COVID. Every country where there was a woman leader has done better than the countries headed by men. And this is a study from Harvard. I have the statistics with me. I can give them any time to sister. I'm not using them here. While no ideal environment currently exists to jumpstart the advancement of women's political participation, there are certain conditions that would make it easier. Some of them are ensure gender mainstreaming. We are always put in ministries for women, children, primary education, not in defense. Now we have a finance minister in India, thank God, though I don't think they ask her anything, they just make a sign. But women have to come into mainstream areas, and they will be able to prove their worth if given the opportunity. We have to have cross-party networks, which is very important to get across. I used to do it when I was in parliament, reach out to women of other parties. Iske upar kya, why are we fighting? This is a women's issue. Let us get together. Let us vote for it together. You know, those kind of networks. And measures such as quotas, I've spoken about it. And then having attained political office or come in, there has to be training. There has to be awareness generation. They have to be helped in all the modern ways by which they can contribute. There is also a need for women to work with their counterparts and, as I said, with the men in parliament. The support of male political leaders is key to success. I was a member of the Central Election Committee of my party for 10 years. Any women's name comes, yo, madam, why you are unnecessarily doing this? Can't win, madam. Why she can't win? Too old, madam. No possibility, madam, no money. Money, the party has to help her. And then one day I said to Sonia ji, who was the chairman, if these women whom we are proposing are too old, then half the men sitting around this table as your advisors should have retired long ago. Because they are so much older. And right enough, all the names went through. It is always this hurdle which is put, and we need to be able to face it. And there has to be a willingness in society to accept women as leaders. We see even social activists. At the grassroots levels, they support them. But when it comes to higher positions, madam, very difficult to push, madam. Nobody is agreeing. We have to break open the doors and let them come. And that is the job of the leader. And I would say finally, the journey is difficult, but the fight must go on. We, my generation, were pioneers who launched the initiative. It is for you, the younger generation, whom I see all around me today, to carry the battle forward. Don't say ये हमारा काम नहीं है. I have to get first class and my mother will get me married. That's not the question. You can be married, you can be a first class, but you have to be an educated woman who will initiate change, an instrument of change, a lamp that is lit in an institution like this, who will help to remove the darkness around you, bring hope, and bring a new life, not just to your sisters and to women, but to society at large. I believe that women will emerge bold and empowered in the coming decades. We must and we will overcome. Thank you. Jai Hind. Questions now? Do I have to answer questions?
You can return to your seat.
Can I
give you
sit?
a hand mic. Please.
Yeah. I'll sit and do that, please. My knees just got...
So those of you who've always wanted to ask a leader the questions in your mind, this is your chance. We can ask Mrs. Margaret Alva a few questions because she needs to leave a little early. So please put up your hand, and in an orderly fashion, we can direct a few questions to her. Those of you who want to ask her questions, this is the time. And we will have another question answer session a little later after all the speakers. Any of you? Okay, then we proceed with the second speaker, and then we can ask all the questions together. Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your experience with us. You've been a change maker. The part of the symposium that you just started was inspiring, amusing, thought-provoking, and you truly embody the term Carmelite for all of us. So congratulations, and you make your alma mater proud. Can we have a vigorous round of applause for our first speaker? Redesigning the world of the 21st century. The second speaker on the symposium on Eve is Professor Sarasu Esther Thomas. She is the Professor of Law at the National Law School of India University and is an alumnus of the same school. Over a span of 25 years, she has built up the Human Rights Lawyering Project and the Center for Women in Law. She holds a master's in commercial law, but her areas of teaching and research are human rights, gender, and family law. She has been awarded several fellowships, including the Linnaeus Palme Award, the British Council, and the Wiscombe Fellowships. And she has published widely on human rights, gender, and family law. Carmelites and other members of delegates of the symposia, the topic for today's second speaker is Asking the Women Question in India Today. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Sarasu Esther Thomas.
Good morning, everyone. All right. My thanks and greetings, first and foremost, to everyone here, to the moderator who introduced me, to Srimati Margaret Alva. I've long been an admirer. To Arlene, a former colleague who is now doing much more exciting work. Sister, Madam Principal, members of the administration. I can see some family members who are connected to Mounts and close friends. A very good morning to everyone here. I wish I had studied here. It's not so, feels so empowering to be surrounded by women down, up, and everywhere. Unfortunately, I didn't grow up in Bangalore, so I did not have the occasion to study at Mounts. But my daughter, her name's Hannah Sarasu John, she did her PU from here. And she's now doing her post-graduation at the National Law School at NLS. And she keeps telling me that Mounts was, a much more nurturing and a warmer and nicer environment. And I'm always mortified by that. I thank this institution for what it has done, not just for my daughter, but for generations of women who've reached high posts. And also many women, who are slogging it out, fighting their own battles as women wherever they are. When I looked at the topic, I thought of, why Eve? Eve's story was never a happy one. I mean, for those of you who are familiar with her story, she was punished. And, that is a beginning story that we have, which is common to many cultures, which shows the difference between men and women, which shows the superiority of men over women, and which shows that women deserve to be oppressed or to be dictated to by men. And this is not unusual for a particular culture. We see in many cultures we have similar stories similar to that of Eve, stories which portray women as weak or wicked or wanton, needing male guidance and needing male supervision in order to be a good people. Now, when we look at a lot of our cultures today and a lot of what we are told today, we are told that in the past, the world was a beautiful place where everything was lovely, where women were treated equally. This is both a historical and, of course, a very false narrative of the past. And we find that in most cultures, women were not treated on parity with men. Women may have been respected, but they were few and far between. But for the general population of women, that respect did not come. When we look at the present also, we are constantly told how many strides we have made. Look at women, they are doing so many things. You find them as software engineers. You find them as doctors. You find them as successful politicians. And there has never been a better time for women. But if you look at statistics, particularly what we call gender development indexes or indices, we find that this is not true. That India, in the list of countries of the world, has actually been falling in gender development. Women are doing worse in India than they are in other countries. And so we need to ask ourselves why. We do know that we are always shown that women do so well in studies. If you look at the SSLC marks or the PUC marks, we find many of the toppers women. And then where do all these women go? And that is a question. Is this working? That is a question we need to ask ourselves. That though women do well in education, there are a number of women getting educated, when they move on in work, there seems to be a glass ceiling. And the question is, why is there this glass ceiling? Why do women do so well in the early stages of their lives? But when they go up, why do they face difficulties in reaching the top? And there are several reasons for this. One of the most important reasons is what we call patriarchy. Now, patriarchy does not mean a men versus women's kind of an issue. Patriarchy just refers to a society where we privilege men, or men are preferred over women. And the simple sex ratio of India will show that. That, there are more baby boys than baby girls, there are more young men than young women, and that is going to continue. So that coupled with the population control meant that instead of having sons and daughters, people would prefer to have only one son, or one son and a spare son. Now in all this, we need to figure out why is this happening And why are women's voices going largely unheard? Now, as a law student, I encountered this first in the form of some writing by Bartlett, who talked about asking the woman question. But this is not new. It has been done for a long time. And asking the woman question means that whenever we are considering any important move, whether it is a policy initiative or it is any kind of other initiative, we must stop and ask the woman question. How are women going to be affected by this? To take a simple example, which I'm sure everyone will relate to, assume you're traveling by bus overnight. Now, most men don't have to think about traveling by bus. They just pack something and go. For women, they'll be worried about where will the bus stop? Can I use the restroom? Because buses are not fitted with restrooms. Men don't have to worry about things like that. Whenever they want to go, they will stop, and that is the restroom, right? For women, we have to look for a more private place. And the woman question was never asked. So a lot of women would not go in public. And earlier, that used to be one of the reasons why girls dropped out from school, that there were no clean toilets. There were no toilets for girls. And we see that continues even now. So, okay, now you have restrooms for women. But 1 in 4 women who travel is menstruating. Where does she dispose of her sanitary napkin? Is there a place to dispose of a sanitary napkin in the restroom? No, it won't be there in most places. And why does that happen? It happens because everything is done for men, whether it is the bus or it is the stop for, as they call, a bio break, or it is the toilet itself is constructed for men, by men. Now, Srimati Margaret Alva did speak about laws for women. And when we look at laws for women, we assume that all laws for women are for the benefit of women. And in the beginning, we did not really have specific laws for women. So let us say, many of you educated women, education is important. But as I said, asking the woman question is necessary for everyone. Because many women, and I have heard some of them say, why should we bother about feminism? Why should we ask the woman question? We are going to get married, we are going to be happy. But the problem may arise later. And when there is violence against women in families, then all of them want feminism. They all want help from other women. So there was a general criminal law which said, okay, if your husband beats you, it's assault, it's battery, it's hurt, it's grievous hurt, it is murder. All right? So you had a crime and punishment. If you do this, you'll be punished. You also had, okay, if your husband beats you, you get a divorce. Now, there were difficulties in the crime and punishment. How do you prove the crime? You are one witness, and the husband will have 10 witnesses. The father-in-law, the mother-in-law, the brother-in-law, the sister-in-law, a talking dog if they have one, friendly neighbors. They'll all say, no, such a thing did not happen. So, of course, we had to change things a bit. And that's why you have 498A, which talks about cruelty to a married woman. 498A came about because legislators asked the woman question, why are we not getting convictions? When we know for a fact that 40 to 60 women in any culture face violence, why are we not getting convictions? So 498A is nothing new. It talks about cruelty to a married woman. Then they realized that women who face violence don't go and complain against their husbands. They don't go and get a divorce. And then they had to say, again, ask the woman question and say, what do women really want? And the answer was simple. Most women simply wanted the violence to stop. And it took so long for what is called the Protection of Women from Domestic Violence Act to come up, which allows judges to give orders like the Stop Violence Order or the Residence Order or other orders which are friendly to women. So you see that asking the woman question leads to better and better laws for women. It leads to better and better policy initiatives for women. And of course, then when you have a law for women, we have to listen to rubbish like, oh, the law is being misused. 498A is being misused. I say, well, your traffic lights are being misused. No one stops at a red light. or they'll stop if they see a cop or a camera nearby. So most people don't follow the law. Does it mean it's being misused? Should we do away with traffic lights? Your law on trespass is being misused. Other laws are being misused. But why is it when we look at laws relating to women, you pick that out and say, this is the law being misused? Now we see that in many ways, we have to walk a tightrope. On the one hand, we must make sure that women are not penalized for being women. On the other hand, we must keep in mind that social realities and the roles that women play make it difficult for them to reach that level of equality. So on the one hand, treat with equality, but on the other hand, keep in mind social realities. And however much we talk about equality, there are different roles that are seen for men and women. And I always say that, if a young father, changes his child's diaper, it'll be all over Instagram and Facebook, and everyone will be saying what a wonderful dad he is. And, all the 10,000 times the mother does the same thing, nobody's going to say anything different. I mean, that's normal. I mean, that's your work as a mother. We also saw during the pandemic a lot of men trying cooking for the first time, wearing fancy aprons and chef hats and, turning out things. And people, saying, oh, wow, that looks nice. Your wife is so lucky. But what about him? The rest of the time the wife cooks for him. Isn't he lucky too? So the roles that society sees for men and women are also things that we have to keep in mind, because women carry a double, or in some cases, a triple burden. They carry the burden of being women. And we must, while asking the woman question in India today, try to make being a woman costless for women. They should not have to pay the penalty. Now, when we talk about women, we also need to keep in mind the question of intersectionality. There are common problems for all women in India, but there are some problems which are faced by certain groups of women. There are intersectionalities based on caste. There are intersectionalities based on religion. There are intersectionalities based on disability. And so many others. I mean, there is, every vulnerability you look at is an intersectionality by itself. And we see that in the differences in the way that the media and the country has reacted to issues of rape. When it was a woman from a middle class, not a Dalit, from a city like Delhi who was raped and killed, we see that the whole country got up and said, rapists should be killed. But when it's a Dalit woman, or it is a Muslim woman, or it is a woman of a vulnerability, we don't see similar language. In fact, we find the opposite. She must be lying, or they are good people, or they made a mistake, or they were overcome with passion, or something like that. So our challenge really, while asking the woman question, is also to keep in mind these intersectionalities, that different women experience gender very differently. A Dalit woman is more vulnerable to rape than a non-Dalit woman. A woman who is poorer lives with rape, the reality of rape, much more to a higher degree than any of us who might be from more privileged sections. We also have to keep in mind class. I'm very aware of the fact that we all belong to privileged sections. We understand English. We are able to talk. Many of us have mobile phones, which we refer to from time to time. But the way that we treat women who are less privileged is also something that we must put under the scanner. And India today is really divided by class. So we see some classes as having more rights than other classes. So we may have, for instance, more rights than our domestic help. We are entitled to our vacations. We're entitled to our weekly offs. We are all entitled to a minimum wage. We're entitled to leisure. We're entitled to quality education. And I think that is something as women that we must be very concerned about, that the benefits that we get must be available to all women. The next important aspect for women, which is not true of others, is the public-private divide. Now, when something happens in the public sphere, all of us get very agitated. A rape happens in public, we all get very agitated. Most women are not raped in public. They are raped in their homes, and usually by their husbands. And we see that when we look at women's rights within the family, we tend to get a little more squeamish about saying that, yes, women have rights. I remember when I was younger and I used to argue with my father, God rest his soul. He used to keep telling me, don't bring the Constitution here. You keep it in National Law School. Saying that, well, there's a place to talk about rights and there's a place not to talk about rights. Now, I would always ask judges that I'm training a question, that if, there is a community which has a customary practice of piercing their children, as an initiation into adulthood, would you agree with that? And I'd, make a gesture like this, like an arrow coming out. And they'd say, no, that's horrific. You can't do that. But I say, how many of us do this to our children? Piercing the ears. And then they'd give me all kinds of ridiculous answers, like, no, it is good for you. So I take a stapler and go near the judge and said, I notice your ear isn't pierced. May I pierce it for you, since it's good for you? And then, that judge would look horrified, and then they'd all laugh. Now, we do not see children as rights-bearing individuals, and we don't see women as rights-bearing individuals very often. So though all of us, when we are working, expect a weekly off, we don't expect our mothers to have a weekly off. They work harder on our weekly off to make all the things that we love. And this public-private divide is something that impacts women's rights quite seriously, because when we consider where women's rights are violated, we see that they're violated more in the private sphere, that is the sphere of the family, than in the public sphere, that is the sphere outside the family. If you remember the times that we were abused, or called names, or hit physically, or had our rights taken away, like rights of where to go, or what to talk, or what to wear, they did not happen in a public place. They usually happened in our own homes. Now, this is not to say that families are hostile to women. This is just to say that families may be hostile to women because they are patriarchal. And patriarchy is not a question of men versus women. Patriarchy, as I said earlier, is male privilege, is male power. I usually get asked the question of, but madam, women are the worst enemies of women. And I'm usually given the example of, which one? Mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Now, my point is, it's not because that they are women that they are in this situation. The problem is of patriarchy. The mother-in-law's claim to fame is that she gave birth to this son. And the only way she can exercise power in that family is through the son. And then we have a society which assumes that when a woman gets married, she'll go and live with her in-laws and with her husband. And the only way she can exercise power in a house full of strangers where she knows no one, where she's laughed at for her language, for her dress, for the way she prepares food, because, oh, in their house they use that vegetable for sambar, but we don't do that, ha, ha, ha. And what is her only source of power? The same son, who's now her husband. So the women can be very good supporters of each other. Sisterhoods are very, very strong sources of power. They're strong sources of comfort. They're strong sources of change. But unfortunately, in the way that we are brought up, because it's a patriarchal society, women are taught to distrust each other. Women are taught that other women are enemies, that they are not people who can work together. And many women are also steeped in patriarchy. Now, when we look at the position in India today, we see that the main difficulties that we have here are firstly this public-private divide. That what happens in the family is held to be sacrosanct. And there is a lot of resistance to changing that at all in any way. We also see that when it comes to the public, the private lives of women also overshadow their public lives. So men who are used to ordering around women at home, so their mothers listen to them, their sisters listen to them. So when they come to office spaces and they see other women, they also think the other women should listen to them. And this also happens to women. They feel that, oh, there is this man, I should listen to him. When we look at office roles, they're also very different. I remember when I joined to teach law school 25 years back, and things didn't change. I mean, they still haven't changed, I think, in a long time. The women would get tasks like arranging flowers for the convocation. And I kept telling them, I'm allergic to pollen. I don't want to arrange flowers. But no, you're a woman, so you know how to arrange flowers. And what would the men get to do? They'd get to go and escort the Chief Justice of India and have a conversation with them and get their phone numbers. So while women are, arranging flowers, and though some avid gardeners say that they talk to their plants, I mean, the flowers don't have anything to say to me, right? They don't help me. So if I need some work done, I can't ask the flowers, you please help me. But my colleagues can call some judge that they have, brought from the airport. So these avenues of power become more common for men in these societies. So it's really remarkable when someone like Srimati Alva gets to the position where she is. Because wherever men get, women have to work twice as hard to get there. But also what I want to say is that, many women suffer in India from what we call the imposter complex. We feel we are not good enough. We feel that we're imposters, that we don't really deserve to be here. But you do. You deserve to be in a position much higher than most of the men you encounter. Okay, because they are there because they are men. You are there because of your ability. And I, hope that none of you forget that. It took me a lot of time and a lot of reading to realize that. But that is something you should know immediately. It makes a huge difference when you study in a place like Mount Carmel's. I remember for many women who are in co-educational institutions, they are always overshadowed by men. Whether the teachers are men or women does not matter. The men get heard. If a boy is naughty, he will laugh, the teacher will giggle, and that's the end of it. If a girl is naughty, she gets punished or told this is not how girls behave. So I'm not saying that institutions should only be girls or boys institutions. I'm saying make the most of who you are and where you are today. The country is not a very pleasant place for women. Many women are not in a position to make a different life for themselves. They need allies. And I hope that all of you strong women here, young and old, and also men who are allies in this room, will help women stand with women against patriarchy. I'd like to end with a few things. One is that we must be conscious of intersectionalities and make sure that we don't fall into the trap of communalism or casteism or sexism. We must also be very aware of the fact that whatever people are telling around us in India, we are not doing well as far as women are concerned. We are going down, and we must try to arrest that growth. And it's high time to ask the woman question in whatever we do. I'd like to end with a quote by Maya Angelou. Some of you may have read her. It's the fire in my eyes and the flash of my teeth, the swing in my waist and the joy in my feet. I'm a woman, phenomenally. Thank you.
So this has been a very, very exciting part of the symposium on Eve. I think we have speakers that inspire and stimulate you. We have the third speaker now. I'm proud to introduce a Carmelite again, Arlene Manoharan. She's a national level expert and trainer in child protection and juvenile justice in India with over 32 years of experience as a trained social worker. So first you had a political leader, second, somebody who works with law, and then someone who's working at the grassroots with people. This includes 9 years of working directly with children living, working in street situations and within the juvenile justice system, and for 19 years of work at the Center for Child and the Law at the National Law School of India University, the one that we previously referred to. She is currently working as an independent child protection specialist while also working part-time at Enfold Proactive Health Trust Bangalore, engaging in work on restorative practices. Her topic today is a better world with women. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Arlene Manoharan.
Good afternoon, everyone in this room. It's such a pleasure to be on this stage, the very stage that I walked on. I remember playing that piano there many, many years ago. I remember Miss Benjamin, my teacher. Oh my goodness. It's such a joy to be back here in front of these spotlights on the stage, sharing a little bit of what I have learned through the corridors of this very college, through the wonderful women who have mentored me, have shaped me over the many years, and for that, I'm deeply indebted. I would first like to honor and remember our mother foundress, 75 glorious years, Sister Genevieve. You were there when I was a student, but not directly, I think our principal, or maybe acting principal. I remember Sister Albina very well, and many of the other sisters who taught me, my teachers, as I said, Mrs. Benjamin, many of my faculty members, my batchmates, and guess who was my batchmate? Sister Arpana, the principal of the degree college. She's not here today. I was just hoping that she would be here. So I'm really deeply honored. Madam Margaret Alva, Sarsu, my colleague, and Dr. Anil, thank you for this opportunity to speak today. I have a little bit of a presentation because I was told that that's fine. It's not a lecture, it's just a sharing of my experience, and I hope that by using slides, I will be able to perhaps keep to my time. So I have played around a little bit with the title of this symposium. And yes, it is meant to be Eve, education, and the environment. However, I would like to twist it around a bit and say, is it or should it be a focus on environment and education for empowerment of everyone? Redesigning the 20th century with Eve. So a better world with women, with girls. So a little bit of this is what I would like to share with you today. But first I'd like to draw from my own lived experience as a young girl, as a woman, and today as a mother, as a wife, as a colleague, and my experience with power. Because as Sarsu said, and as Srimati Margaret Alva has said, women and the power that we have within us is something that we really need to understand. We need to reflect on, celebrate the power that we have, recognize it, use it, and be careful not to abuse it as well. This is a little painting that my family, my husband and my two girls, we sat and did, and so for me it's very powerful because it's called art pouring. I don't know whether any of you have done it. And we just pour art, paint, and nobody tells each other what to do. You use whatever colors you like, you mix whatever colors you like, and you just pour it and you hold that canvas and you move it around. And together, we make a beautiful painting. And for me, that experience of really listening to each other, working with each other, is across age, across gender, across roles, that together, we can really celebrate who we are and together make a better world. So this is what, perhaps the crux of what I have learned. May not be everything, but in terms of the values, over the many years that I have reflected on things, for me, that is number one. And for that, I am deeply indebted to Mount Carmel College for the value education that I got here. I must mention, it's not to boast, but it's quite a strange coincidence that I was accorded the best Catholic student, all-rounder, from Mount Carmel College, and guess who that prize was endowed by? P.A. Nazareth. So I was awarded the P.A. Nazareth Memorial Prize as the best all-round Catholic student, and here I am, deeply honored by Madam Margaret Alva here. And those values, that my Catholic education, not just in Mount Carmel, but through other Catholic schools or other educational institutions like the Tata Institute of Social Sciences, from which I graduated, is the values of respect, yes, for women and girls, but also for men, and also for those across the sexuality identity spectrum. Listening and empathy, knowing oneself, believing in yourself. Yes, this is a tender age. Many of you students here are discovering yourself. Who am I? The who am I question. Yes, the women question, but who am I question? And I hope that question stays not just with you young girls, but you young men in this room, and all of us whom I may refer to as out of college, but still on the path of learning throughout our lives, to believe in ourselves. In terms of communication and how we communicate with our colleagues, our friends, our mothers-in-law, our parents, our fathers, our brothers, and our transgenders. Assertiveness training, human rights and constitutional values. This is what Madam Alva has already spoken about, and Sarsu has so eloquently unraveled about the various human rights and the constitutional values that we need to embed within us. And a little bit of what I would talk about is in terms of my work on restorative justice, a very different form of justice, a very different way of engaging with what justice means. What does it mean to have power? What does it mean to hold people accountable for harms that they may have done? And that is what I really enjoy doing in my current avatar with Enfold as a way of life. So I stand on the shoulders of many people over the years. And as I had mentioned, some of them as I started my talk. But there are other women as well. And for that, I will not be who I am without my domestic help. And the many domestic helps that I have helped me to go to work. Because yes, I have faced that patriarchy in my home. And without that woman by my side who I could rely on to take care of my children, to cook food for me while I worked, I stand on their shoulders. I would like to honor those women today. I would like to, of course, honor my parents, my mom, a wonderful woman, my dad, epitome of somebody who the Renaissance man is spoken about, somebody who really stood for values, really respected women and girls. I fondly remember him as he is passed on. But I start by also remembering women who have shaped the way I think, by the way they have respected me, but also women who have disrespected me. And for me, those learnings were very, very powerful, because when I was disrespected, it was a junior colleague, a young lawyer, Sarsu would remember those days, who challenged me because as a social worker working in a national law university of India, the premier law university of this country, as a social worker, I was not accepted as a lawyer's superior. Lawyers do not work under social workers. That is the culture. And for me, over 19 years, I had to struggle as a woman, as a social worker in a premier law university. So I did face that from a young lawyer. I did face that from one of my superiors, a woman superior. So these women challenged me to identify who I was. But that challenging and that experience was painful. I went into depression. I sat on the benches of St. John's Hospital, Dr. Anil Abraham, as a trained social worker, sitting there and saying, if me, as a social worker, and I don't stand up for myself to take the mental health treatment that I deserve and need, if I don't do that, who am I to be able to walk and journey in a company with others who are in vulnerable situations? I need to go through this. And I thank God and thank my own inner strength for doing that, to celebrate myself, to heal myself, to stand up and find my inner voice, to challenge other people, including challenging women who were disrespectful to me. My family, of course, and whether I say it's my parents, my grandmothers, my aunts, but also the men in my family, my husband, my 2 young, beautiful daughters, one of who also studied here in the PU College. My family has taught me many of these values, and together as a family, I remember, and I'll tell you a story, of just a couple of years ago, I happened to be the youngest of 4 siblings and a girl. So I had 2 elder brothers and 1 elder sister, very illustrious careers, and I was a young social worker. And so yes, everyone was very happy that I took up social work, but really it was not as good as being a doctor, which my sister is, or the other illustrious professions that many others in my family had. As a young daughter, I was not really listened to by my own mom, and for many, many years. And I had to challenge her, and that challenging my mom's power, and very much, Sarsu, what you spoke of, not that my dad was patriarchal, I never saw that in him, but the culture in which my mom was, is that it took her a long time to recognize me as a woman of substance, a woman with my own views. And I had to challenge her, and there was a time that I really challenged her. And it was, I must tell you that it was when I was some 40 years old. For me to say, hey, Mom, these are my views. This is what I stand for. This is my opinion. And over time, I have become the touchstone for my mom, because that power dynamic has shifted dramatically. She is my dearest, my biggest model today. Someone who has shaped and nurtured me, but I had to chip away at that power block that was creating barriers in my relationship between me and my mom. As I mentioned in terms of educational institutions that I have been part of, and the values that I've spoken, that I've learned from and have been shaped by, but also in terms of educational institutions where values were really not humanistic values, human rights values. And I won't have time for those stories, but I just would like to definitely say that Mount Carmel has been a platform, a stage where I have really been able to find myself and find my potential to be shaping my journey here. The institution of the church, and this is another avatar that I wear. I work part-time for the Good Shepherd Sisters, or the Congregation of Our Lady of Charity of the Good Shepherd, in their international office in Rome. And what am I doing there? I'm working with 5 other people, some who are sisters, religious sisters, and some who are lay persons like me, to work with the congregation to ensure that the work done by this congregation is done in a manner that it causes no harm to others, that is to children who they serve, or the women who they serve, or any adults that they serve, but also no harm to their own staff, to their own sisters, to their own people like me in the congregation. So safeguarding, just like posh committees and institutions, you have something called the child protection policies or the safeguarding policies. And when I do that work, I'm also a joint secretary of the Women's Commission in the Archdiocese of Bangalore, appointed by the Archbishop. This journey of questioning authority, patriarchy within the church as an institution, I do so proudly. Because as a Catholic, as someone who's been shaped and nurtured by our Catholic institutions, if I don't speak out, if I don't attempt to change the way sermons are given in our churches, which very often these jokes that you mentioned, Sarsu, the way that women are spoken about, or girls are spoken, we have to stand up and say, no. The workplace, I've just spoken to you about superiors and colleagues. My experience of working with government at the senior most level, the government of India, working with lawyers and judges at the high courts, also litigating in the High Court and the Supreme Court, in the legislature, in parliament, with parliamentarians, advocating for juvenile justice, a bill that has provisions that enable young people who commit crime to be treated in a manner that is rehabilitative, that is restorative, that is child rights based. And that journey of meeting parliamentarians, advocating for a progressive policy on juvenile justice was really something that was a watershed period in my life, because it gave me opportunities to engage with people at different levels of power. And even in those moments, you had parliamentarians, I remember some of them so humble, so beautiful, sit down and share a cup of tea with me and listen to the stories that we had to tell. For me, as a social worker on VT Station, Bombay, that was my first job, I must tell you, my best job as a social worker. walking the streets of Mumbai Central Station more than 32 years ago, working with children, living and working on the streets. And how, when they are abused or when they commit crime, what are we as a society doing with those children? How are we treating them? Are we really treating them as young people who need to be supported to be able to understand the harm that they are doing, to be able to reform from within, and to become contributing citizens? How do we do that? By punishing them and sending them to jail, and as per our the Juvenile Justice Act 2015, children who commit heinous crime, a very, very serious crime, are being now transferred to the adult criminal justice system, taking back centuries of progressive legislation relating to children in this country. And that is what we were advocating for. We lost that battle, post the Nirbhaya case. But journeying with people in power, listening to them, working with them, is something that I do hope that for each young person, and those of you who are really aiming to make a difference in this country, to recognize your own power, especially when you engage with people in power. Tell your truth. Stand up for justice. Speak to other human beings. Don't be that person who thinks you're an imposter, as Sarsu said. No, you're not an imposter. You have something to offer, and tell truth to power, and those experiences will really be amazing for you. And the people who really continue to shape me and my work is the children and adolescents in the child protection system that I still do today. I work inside the government-run home for children who've been rescued from child sexual abuse, from trafficking, from child marriage, from abandonment. And I must tell you that one day in the week that I work there is, for me, the most fulfilling, because it gives me the opportunity to listen to young girls, to listen to their stories, to journey with them, to empower them to tell their story and to stand up for justice. And I'm going to tell you a story of one of them. This picture here on the left is a picture drawn by a little girl, and I will call her Mary. And Maria, or Mary, was asked, I sat in something called a restorative circle, where we sit along with the children, and like another human being, not like as a person in authority. And through a restorative circle, we use something called a talking piece. We co-create values. We co-create a safe space, a comfortable space where young children, older children, can sit along with us as adults and tell their stories and share their dreams and aspirations. So restorative circles is an amazing thing. I hope I'm inspiring you to just Google a little bit more and learn more about restorative circles. It's absolutely amazing. So through the circle that I facilitated with a group of young girls who were in this childcare institution, Mary told us her story of how she and her four siblings were kept inside the child protection system in detention centers, in child protection, where they cannot leave because their parents had been arrested. And she named the exact time that she was there, 48 days, where she has not been given any information about her parents or her four siblings, three elder siblings and one younger one who was just 6 years old. And while she drew this little picture, because the topic of that circle was the family tree, so she possibly didn't know what a family tree was about, and she drew that lovely, beautiful little tree there on the side. And slowly, with encouragement, she drew the pictures of the people in her family. And through that storytelling, Mary shared with us how she had not been listened to. Nobody has told her anything. She wants to meet her little baby sister who's just 6 years old. She wants to be in contact with her siblings. She wants to be in contact with her parents. And this, to me, rankled me. It made me angry. A small 8-year-old little girl, the way she was really sharing her sense of injustice. And after that circle, I accompanied her to the superintendent to be able to ask the superintendent and to listen to this little Mary. Within 15 minutes, this superintendent, because of the power she had, and because of what Mary triggered in her, I just accompanied. In the next 15 minutes, it was 7:30 in the evening, much after office hours, where you had all 5 siblings sitting on the sofa inside that home for girls. Why? Her little sister, 6-year-old, was in an institution just 100 feet away, in the same campus. Her 2 older brothers was in another institution, in the very same campus, again just 100 feet away. Her elder sister was with her in the same institution, but her elder sister was very quiet, an introvert, was not able to see much. But Mary, wow, the fire in her belly. Within 15 minutes, Mary spoke. Mary demanded justice in the sweet way that she did with the superintendent. 5 siblings on the sofa crying, the superintendent and me, tears were flowing. What made Mary find her voice? And that is the point I'd like to make. Creating safe spaces where listening, empathy, respect can enable people to share their inner stories. And it is because of that, sitting in that circle, this is how we create a circle together, we co-create the values, and because of that, we saw justice unraveling before our eyes, because the courts were called 7:30 in the evening, this cannot happen, permission was taken, and because of her advocacy, that justice was served, at least in the sense of this right of this child to be in contact with her siblings, to have information about her family, to be able to find and trigger the case file a little faster so that her rehabilitation process could be speeded up. So this is what we do, peacemaking circles, use structure to create possibilities for freedom. Freedom to speak our truth. Freedom to drop masks and protections, freedom to be present as a whole human being, freedom to reveal our deepest longings, freedom to acknowledge mistakes and fears, freedom to act in accordance with our core values. So I just love sitting in circle. You must try it sometime. I won't spend time on this because Sarsu has so eloquently spoken about intersectionality and how women do experience marginalization because of their gender. But because of the other aspects of their identity, women are very often discriminated against and marginalized for other aspects of their identity. And this is what we need to understand in terms of intersectional feminism. However, you are all familiar with this young woman. And look at her identity, the fact that she has Asperger's syndrome. She's an autistic young girl, and she's changing the world. So when we look at vulnerability, we also need to celebrate perhaps unique features of our identity that can empower us. And this is what Greta Thunberg has done. Yes, it was a vulnerability, but she didn't think so. She acted on it, she used it, and this is why fearlessly she's able to change the world, just by speaking out against climate injustice. So these are a couple of slides about women in leadership, but because of our previous speakers have already spoken so much, what are the implications and impact on environment and education for the empowerment of everyone? So I say not E3, I say E4, because my dream, my hope is yes, women equal to men. Yes, girls equal to boys. But there is a bigger world there. Equality for everyone. And that is the dream. That is the dream. So you've heard of the Finnish 5. I think ma'am is sitting here in front of us. But look at an example from Finland. 5 women from a cabinet headed by Sareen, who made a coalition with other political parties. And these 5 women, this picture has created history, in many ways influenced the fact that when women come together, and these 5 women from various political parties join together to form leadership, what an impact it can make. This is Sanna Marin, her name. And India, and I think ma'am has already spoken about it, the need for us to have better representation in parliament. Some statistics there today. 15% women in the Lok Sabha and only 12.2 in the Rajya Sabha. What is it that Mount Carmels can do? Better. Mount Carmels has already helped to shape one of them who we are so honored to have sit here in front of us. I hope there are many more sitting in this audience who are aspiring to these positions of leadership because of the education that you have received. Women in the judiciary. Yes, give that a bigger clap. Come on, Mount Carmels. Women in the judiciary. I was surprised to hear while preparing for this talk that the United Nations General Assembly had passed a resolution which designated 10th of March as the International Day of Women Judges in 2021. So there's a day to celebrate women judges. Why? Why do we need more women judges? Because when justice is being served, when justice is being done, if the perspective of women is not there to interpret the facts, to interpret the evidence, to understand the context, to ensure that voices are heard in the courtroom, the way orders are written, Sarsu will speak much more eloquently about it in terms of the analysis of orders passed by judges, and the gender or the patriarchy that are sometimes in the orders themselves. And how do these impact our social milieu, our culture, our values? I think I'm really hoping that this particular aspect in terms of Ruth, the US Supreme Court judge who passed away and the legacy that she has left behind, is very eloquent. And I hope that in India too, because we have currently in Supreme Court 11 women judges. In the High Courts, there are 83 out of 680 women judges. And we are soon to have a woman Chief Justice in 2027. I do hope that Justice Nagaratna, somebody who I've engaged with and worked with, is somebody who reaches that position, because that really is going to make a huge difference in terms of this. Women in the boardroom, and here are some statistics. I won't spend too much of time on it, but there is a lot of studies. This is a Deloitte study, the 7th edition, that speaks about women in boardrooms and women in the chairs. And you can see the percentages right from 2014 to 2021. It is increasing. As the circles come outside, you can see the increased representation of women in various positions of power in the boardroom. Look, in the bottom slides, you can see increased level of representation of women in the life sciences and healthcare, technology, media and telecommunications, consumer business, manufacturing, and financial services. So yes, things are changing. But in order to trigger that space faster, there is so much more that you and I, as young people, as well as faculty of these educational institutions, can do. We must not forget, and definitely not last but or least, women, domestic engineers, within the home. All of us women, many of us here, I would say that without any certificate from any fancy institution, we've all been domestic engineers. So, co-creating a home, a family, but also some women like this person, Minali, who is also set up as an entrepreneur within her own home. So yes, this is where perhaps we need to think about the question, what can you or your academic institutions, not just Mount Carmel's. I understand that there are faculty from other educational institutions here present at this symposium, do to create a better environment to educate and empower women and girls of substance by working with women and the girl child. Here is, again, a little bit of a clip from my work in this home for girls that I work with. We're listening to girls who have been rescued from situations of child trafficking, child marriage, etc. They're in state custody. What are their aspirations? What are their needs? What are their dreams? For New Year's this year, we sat in circle with these children. And this is what their dreams are. Residential education, 1st to 12th standard tuition class, a vehicle to facilitate us to travel to a nearby school, because we're just sitting in this institution, we're not studying. We're losing out on our education. We need books and papers. We need awareness of good touch and bad touch. We need certificate courses, vocational training. Are we aware of the voices and the needs of young girls who are in the most vulnerable situations, in the custody of the state? Isn't the duty of the state and of you and me, we as civil society, what are we doing to listen to these voices? I would now basically to say that top 10 countries that have achieved gender equality. This is a UN Women tweet. Do you know any of them? Obviously not. Why? Because there aren't any. Will you join us and step up for a better future? That's the tagline. So there are no countries in the world that have achieved gender equality. But let's imagine a gender equal world, a world free of bias, stereotypes, and discrimination, a world that is diverse, equitable, and inclusive, a world where difference is valued and celebrated. Together, we can forge women's equality. So this is break the bias thing. This is our next set of slides. I know I'm above my time. But I'm just going to encourage you to dream and to go to the UN Women website, where there is a wonderful story, a wonderful journey of dreaming about a country called Equiterra, a country where gender equality is real. And through the next couple of slides, you will see, and I try to relate these slides to Mount Carmel College, to the other colleges that are sitting here, to you as students, to you as faculty and as management. Forget about a country that is gender equitable. What about our own campuses, our own colleges, our own curriculum, our own classrooms, and of course, within our own homes? What can we do to ensure gender equality? And so is there an unstereotyped agenda in your college, your university, your classroom, in your home? Does your campus and curriculum resonate with Equiterra's violence-free alley? So on every campus, is there a strong commitment to ensure that violence will not be tolerated? Not just physical violence, Not sexual violence, but even verbal violence, even violence in terms of discrimination and attitudes that oppress women and girls? Does your institution implement policies that promote gender equity in terms of payment of faculty, in terms of maternity leave, in terms of creche facilities for young mothers, so that they can teach really without worrying about their little babies at home? Does your institution have a toxic masculinity recycling plant? I love this. A toxic masculinity recycling plant. Imagine what that would look like on a college campus, in a classroom, if it's co-ed, or even within an all-female classroom. As Sarsu said, patriarchy was also entrenched within women. Are we unraveling our own biases, our stereotypes, our implicit bias perhaps, biases that we're not even aware of, in terms of how we are embracing patriarchy? We are not challenging it. We are not chipping away at patriarchy. Does your institution have an inclusion square, not just in the campus, but inside every classroom, inside every home perhaps, where inclusion of across the diversity spectrum, that we recognize human beings as valuable, not just focusing only on the women question. So I'm broadening it from the women's question to beyond, to everyone. Does climate action feature as a priority on your institution agenda? So in Equiterra, as you go through that website, beautiful questions, beautiful statements, and beautiful reality checks about the lack of inclusion, the lack of gender equity in that story. Is diversity and inclusion a core value in your institution? How much value do you give to education, including life skills education? And here I would like to highlight the extract from the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. What it says: it is the right of every child, the development of the child's personality, talents, mental and physical abilities to their fullest potential. That's a right of every child. This educational institution, I'm sure all of you are above 18, but as to be perhaps mothers, wives, sisters, aunts, uncles, brothers, what is the value that we're giving to ensure that a child develops to her fullest potential? The development of respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms and for the principles enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations. So not just respect for women and girls, respect for every human being. How much value do you give to the rights and values of all human beings? And that is the point that I'd like to make. A reference to the He for She campaign. Some of you may be familiar with this, where Ban Ki-moon, the UN General Secretary, invited men and boys to join and to become allies for women. Again, for women. But I say no, with women. And not just he for she, I say, as Gloria Steinem says, a feminist is anyone who recognizes the equality and full humanity of women and men. Towards we for she, not just he for she, but we for she. So, and slowly, as I said, ultimately a dream where it's not just we for she, but we for we. In the future, there will be no female leaders. There will be just leaders. So that is the ultimate goal, and that is the ultimate dream for our environment, and I use the word environment in a much broader sense, not just in terms of climate, in terms of education, but in terms of empowerment as well. How can I use my inherent power to redesign my immediate environment, educate myself and others, and empower Eve and everyone else too? What is my small contribution to redesigning the world of the 21st century? Let's remember Mother Teresa. Not all of us can do great things, like Madam Margaret Alva here, sitting, and we're so honored to have her here. But we can do small things with great love. Well, who am I? What do I stand for? Do I empower other women? Again, resonating with what Madam Alva said and what Sarsu said. Again, a UN Human tweet. Press delete on gender stereotypes. Are you with us? Do I support and am I an ally to other women? You can tell who the strong women are. They are the ones building each other up instead of tearing each other down. I'm reading that again. You can tell who the strong women are. They are the ones building each other up instead of tearing each other down. So a checklist perhaps, things to think about, a better world with women and girls, embrace an Equiterra vision in your institution, in your classroom, in your home, promote gender parity, address gender bias, speak out against gender-based violence, promote gender rights-sensitive workplaces, encourage and embrace comprehensive sexuality education. Not enough is being spoken about it. And for me, working at Enfold Proactive Health Trust, an organization that really works to promote safe spaces and address child sexual abuse, I can't tell you how important this is, to talk about sex and sexuality boldly. Encourage feminist technology and innovation, feminist action for climate justice, foster feminist leadership, and commit to respect the human rights of all human beings. This is my last but one slide. You all remember this, I'm sure. It's a painting by Michelangelo about the biblical narrative of creation. And you can notice there, one of the hands is a hand representing God, and the other hand, a very visibly male hand. God created Adam first, and Eve was perhaps an afterthought in the Bible. However, I love this painting which represents the Garden of Eden. No nude male and female standing, with the apples and covering their parts that they don't want to be shown. No. A painting that represents, of course, the apples and what the apple stood for, and a critique of it, that by taking that apple and eating it, you violated the order that was given by God not to eat that apple, because it was an apple that gave you knowledge or gave you something that it was a forbidden fruit. But the many misogynistic stereotypes that emerged from that image and that story is something that we need to challenge today. As Catholics, I will say that as a Catholic, we need to challenge those misogynistic notions of Eve, and that's why I celebrate and thank Sister Genevieve for making this topic in terms of Eve and helping us to sit here in a university, an autonomous educational institution, so that we can debate openly and critically about these kinds of very challenging notions about issues that affect all of us. But again, in the Bible. So rather than saying that you are lesser than, you came after Adam, you are a man, you are a woman, you are a trans person, the Bible invites us to say, to reflect on this. I see you and I recognize you are a temple of the living God. So there is God within each one of us. For those of you who don't believe in God, that's fine. But do you respect other human beings as persons who are valuable, people with rights, as per our constitution and the laws of this country? So yes, the Bible invites us, but as our constitution and our human rights education and the laws in India, is that inviting us and challenging us to respect every human being as a person with dignity and rights. And this is my last slide, and here I'm asking you to now to please reflect on the words that are coming up on this slide. Here is our dear Mother Foundress, Mother Teresa of St. Rose of Lima. And what did I do? I went to the Mount Carmel website, and I took out some phrases that were used to describe our dear Mother Foundress. And I would like to invite you. Is there one phrase, one, that you identify with, that you would like to embrace? Man, women, or any trans person in this room. Embrace it as a tribute to Mother Foundress and to 75 glorious years of Mount Carmel Institution. So here are the words coming up: women of substance, man of substance, trans person of substance. Thought beyond her times, radical views and ideology. How many years ago, sister? Mother Foundress, how many years ago? I didn't do the math, I'm sorry. 140 years ago, sister's reminding me. 140 years ago, a woman with a radical views and ideology. Charismatic persona, took a leap of faith, perseverance, spearheaded a new dawn in education, used learning as a weapon and a tool that enabled girls to become leaders and strong, upright citizens who contributed to the evolution of society, envisioned a new world committed to women's empowerment, spread the light of God's love through her quest for human rights, caste reconciliation, gender justice, and much broader, as I spoke, not E3, but E4, social justice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arlene, for giving us a lot of food for thought You've had three speakers from across the spectrum, a political leader and a leader of the nation. You've had a person working with law and a person working with the community. So lots of food for thought. I'm sure you have lots of questions. Initially, I would like to direct a few of your questions to Mrs. Margaret Alva, who might have to leave a little early. So those of you who have questions for her, please go ahead and ask your questions. After that, we will take a short break and return to the remaining part of the questions to the entire panel. Lots of food for thought. And sometimes when we're discussing serious issues, those of you who've been in the symposium yesterday would have known that sometimes when you're discussing serious issues, it's easier for us to do it when we mask it with comedy, which is why, as a doctor, I've used stand-up comedy and reels to enable me to say the same message, sometimes as a man, sometimes as a woman, and sometimes as belonging to whichever gender that I'm representing at that particular time. So I have characters on Insta, one of whom is called Modern Malati and the other is called Auntie Aisha, who sometimes say the things that I want to think. So I will sum up the session with one brief poem before we go on to the questions for Mrs. Alva. This one is from Auntie Aisha, who's saying, Nakkoba, we will decide. We will decide. My mind, my body, we will decide. Sober or gaudy, we will decide. Single or shadi, we will decide. How enjoy madi, we will decide. Non-veg or baji, we will decide. Consent or naji, we will decide. Headscarf or pallu, we will decide. Jaldi or hallu, we will decide. Short skirt or sari, we will decide. Tom, Dick or Harry, we will decide. Live-in or missus, we will decide. Hugging or kisses, we only will decide. Long hair or boy cut, we will decide. Silent or muffat, we will decide. WhatsApp or Kemcho, we will decide. Cis, trans or rainbow, we will decide. Bindi or bangle, we will decide. Photographer's angle, we will decide. Diva or Devi, we will decide. Bindas or baby, we will decide. Finally, sir, we will decide. Women all over the country and all over the world have started standing up and taking decisions for themselves. And these three speakers before you are examples of that the decision making has to become a part of both men and women working together to make this country better and to make this world a better place. I'd set the ball rolling for Mrs. Margaret Alva by asking her a question. Ma'am, what message would you have to these young students, many of whom hope to be political leaders tomorrow? What message do you have for the young Carmelites and the students from the other colleges?
I don't know really what advice to give. It's a tough field. Political leadership is not easy. Long haul, ups and downs, everyone trying to pull you down. I would just say you need the courage and the commitment to stand up for what you believe in. Never be afraid to say yes when you must say yes, and no when you must say no. That's what makes a leader.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions directly from the audience? Please stand up, identify yourself, and then ask the question.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Can I ask?
Yes, please.
First of all, good morning.
Could you identify yourself?
Sorry, I'm Simra from 2nd PCBH. I'm a science student. And first of all, a very warm good morning to all our speakers, everyone else present here in the audience. Can't see half of it, I'm on the top floor. Here's the question, ma'am. With all due respect, all the speakers gave lovely, wonderful speeches, which were quite inspiring, and it was just lovely to hear people who support women. But there was one thought that was running in my head. Ma'am, as you said, you spoke about many laws that were directed and made for the benefit of women, which is absolutely lovely. But there are some laws which would be more efficient if they're amended. Now, for example, when a woman is raped, they undergo a fructose test, and that's the rape test. And if they don't find any fructose in her body, they close the case. They say that, okay, this is not it. There's no fructose in your body. That if there is fructose, then yes, the case is further, and the person at fault is penalized. But why is that the only source? Because if there's no fructose in the body, that does not mean that she's not been abused. Why are we not doing anything for such laws? Why can't we amend such kind of laws? With all due respect, I'm really sorry to say this, but...
Would one of the panelists want to take it or help out Mrs. Alva? Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. So thank you for that question. And when we look at convictions in rape cases, it really depends. It boils down to evidence, proof whether the rape has happened or not. And there are cases even from the highest courts which say that even the testimony of the woman herself as a prosecutor, the complainant, is more than enough to be able to get a conviction. So you don't really need any more evidence than what she has said. But it again depends upon the judges. And as I said, not all judges are very sensitive. And there have been a lot of studies done on how these prosecutions take place and what judges consider important. So for some judges, the caste of the woman becomes important. For some judges, they say that, oh, she might be lying. Though why anyone would lie about rape, I don't know. Because the minute the woman says she's had sexual intercourse with consent or without consent, it becomes problematic, right? So, but there are cases where convictions have happened even simply on the word of the woman. And there are many other kinds of evidence that can be used. It does not have to be only medical evidence, though that is very strong, because then you have a semen sample, you get a semen sample, you can show that rape has happened, but that's not the only evidence that is used. So I don't think that is completely right. But your point that there is much scope for reforms in laws, I absolutely agree with, because most laws, when we apply the woman question or look at it from the standpoint of women, they're not working. And the failure is at many levels. One is at the drafting of the laws, but more importantly, it's at the working of the laws. Because they are working in a very patriarchal context. And it's what you read into those laws. Like for instance, in many laws, cruelty is a ground for divorce. But sometimes you have judges say, oh, he's just slapped the wife once or twice, so that's not cruelty. But when the woman does something, even if it's something small, she refuses to have sexual intercourse when she has periods, it becomes cruelty. She does not make hot tea for her in-laws, that becomes cruelty. She's so unhappy that she tries to kill herself, and that becomes cruelty. Whereas for the man, whatever he does, as long as he's throwing money and maintaining the family, that's not cruelty. So it's not that the law is bad. It's the patriarchal reading of the law that is a problem. So patriarchy is a problem that we face at many levels. So simply changing the law is not going to help. We are also, as a society, not a very law-abiding society. But we don't stop at a red light, right? We don't follow so many rules if it is something that we don't want to follow. And when it comes to laws relating to women, I think we are failing more than in other areas of law.
Thank you so much.
Just to add on this question of rape, well, I must say that there is no awareness on how to protect the evidence that you have. For instance, the girl will change her clothes. The clothes will be washed, or she will quickly go and bathe because she feels so filthy after what has happened. So before any medical evidence can be collected, she herself has wiped out the evidence, which is very crucial. I had suggested and I have given a proposal to the government when there was this Nirbhaya fund that there should be crisis centers called Nirbhaya centers. The moment there is a rape, that number should be available so that ambulance picks up the girl, brings her to this center, where there is medical testing, where there is legal aid, where there is a lawyer, who records the evidence. And then after all the evidence is recorded, she gets a change of clothes and she can stay there for security so that she's not attacked. Nirbhaya centers as model centers for dealing with the crime of rape is, I believe, a way of helping the victim and protecting the evidence.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, Professor Sarayu. Thank you to Mrs. Margaret Alva for that very comprehensive answer to that interesting question. I'm sure lots of you have questions. Take a short break for tea and come back with all your questions for the panelists and make sure you're energetic and revived. Yes, the questions directed to Mrs. Margaret Alva, you can ask now before the tea break. Please go ahead. Any of you with questions to Mrs. Margaret Alva?
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, go ahead.
A very good morning, honorable speakers, moderator, Sister G, principal, and my fellow Carmelites. Ma'am, I just had one question. We're talking about women questions and amendments, but most of us don't even have an idea about what laws and rights are based on women. Like we all had in our history civics books like basic fundamental rights and duties of an Indian citizen. Why don't we have it in our civics textbooks about what laws and rights are? Even if it is co-education, it's not necessary just for a girl to know. Even if the guys know what they're doing is going to get them punished, why don't we have it in our books?
I agree with you 100%. In fact, we have said that the curriculum after the 8th standard should have not training, but education on sexuality, on the question of protecting yourselves, what it means. It should be part of the teaching curriculum in every high school and in university. And I think maybe Mount Carmel can take the initiative to move for a book to be brought out, your rights and duties as a young person and your protection. I'm sure there will be so many foundations willing to fund and help with this project. I am prepared to throw in my lot with you.
See, one more action plan from the Platinum Jubilee Symposium. Thank you very much for your question.
Thank you so much.
Any more questions to Mrs. Margaret Alva, please?
Up here.
Yes, please.
Good
go ahead.
morning, ma'am. I'm Devyani Nair. I am a BA Pol Science student. I have two questions for you. Here. Up.
Yeah, go
I'm
ahead.
waving.
The lights are in our eyes.
One is, what is your viewpoint on the current political scenario of our country? It's a loaded question, but I'd like to hear your views. And another one is, ever since 2014 and 2019, I would say freedom to speak out has died down. My right to dissent has died down. And as a student, what can I do from the grassroots level while being safe?
I agree with you totally. I do not want to go into the politics of government because there are different views from different political parties. But to me, the basic question is my constitution. That constitution given to us by the founding fathers is beyond political parties, beyond political leaders, and beyond decision makers. The Constitution has to be a fundamental document which we have to talk about, defend, and prepare to die for. And I can tell you that, I'm just out of a campaign. I was not wanting to, but I was forced by the opposition parties to be their spokesman in the campaign for vice president. We didn't have the numbers. We knew that we couldn't beat the government which had such overwhelming numbers. But we fought and we talked about the basic issue of defending the Constitution strengthening our democratic institutions, and of the freedom of speech. You speak, you see what's happening. Journalists across the board, Tista Setalwad, a lawyer, anybody who challenges and speaks is behind bars. And strangely, the courts and the entire bureaucracy and the system doesn't seem to respond in the way that I, as a concerned citizen, would like to see happen. I'm told what I can eat, what I must wear, whether I can cover my head or not, whether I can go to a pub with boys or with girls. I mean, it's crazy. You're told where you can worship, where you cannot worship. These are things which are taking away the fundamental rights of citizens. And that has nothing to do with political parties or their agendas. I believe that we have to stand up and be counted and have the courage to say no to the destruction of our Constitution.
Thank you, ma'am, for that very, very clear answer to a possibly provocative question. Thank you very much. Your answer gave us the reasons for what is happening in the country today. Any more questions to Mrs. Margaret Alva?
Very pleasant morning to everyone present here. My name is Jeshta Sudhir. You'll find me towards the left of the auditorium. I'm a first-year humanities student, and firstly, I would like to say a very big congratulations to all our panelists for a very insightful symposium so far from the viewpoint of a student. My question is to Ms. Srimati Margaret Alva, ma'am. Ma'am, we heard from your counterparts stories of the imposter syndrome. You yourself are from a very competitive field and potentially intimidating field. Can we know any of your experiences, or rather how you deal with the imposter syndrome? Thank you very much. That is very, very inspiring. Thank you so much.
I don't think really I've been made to feel inferior, though I can tell you one thing, that at home I was always told, I come from a progressive family. My father was a judge, and my brother in the foreign service, and all educated. But I was always told, you talk too much. Girls must be seen and not heard. You will have a problem fitting into your in-laws' home. These kind of things is drained into us, that we girls are supposed to be lovely, well-behaved, beautifully dressed girls to be admired and to be looked at. And one example only I will give you. I used to be on television, many debates, many discussions. And one thing that struck me, very often, after the debate, people would ring up and say, Margaret, you looked lovely. Nobody would say you did well, your point was so relevant, you looked so lovely, I loved your sari. Arey kamal hai. This is why I'm saying, the way people perceive you when you're on television, you're supposed to be presenting yourself. But it is my views, my fight, my battle is what I want people to recognize. They won't say that to a man, you were looking very handsome. Oh ho, kya baat hai, kaise baat kiya? That's the difference. And I have never felt inferior. I have always had the courage to stand up and debate. One thing I'll tell you, I used to fight about these cases in parliament, about judiciary, this and that. And I was in the opposition. It was Morarji Desai's government. And the law minister said to me, oh, madam, you are so concerned about the judiciary, you are qualified. I'm prepared to appoint you a judge tomorrow, if you will accept it. I said, why should I accept it? I'm waiting to be in your place to be able to appoint judges. I don't want to be appointed. So then he said, I have no answer to that, and the whole of parliament cheered me for that. So you have to take them on their own level and not feel inferior. It doesn't bother me what they say. I know what are my rights and how I stand up for them.
I hope your question was answered. No traces of an imposter syndrome there.
Thank you so very much, ma'am.
Any more questions?
Can I?
Yes, please.
Hello. Good morning to all of you. My name is Dhriti. I'm from 2nd PCBH. My question is, I have two questions. My first one is, Mount Carmel being such a big institution, here on top, can be funded, but what about the lesser institutions there are? And my second question is, would you want equality or equity?
I believe in equity. Just equality by itself doesn't solve problems. There has to be, as was said, social justice. Everybody has to feel that they are equal, yes, but that also that there is justice for them. And therefore, just talking equality doesn't solve problems, if I may say so. I may be out of step, but I think equity is more important. What was the other question?
Thank you, ma'am. My other question was,
Yes?
so Mount Carmel being such a big institution, they can be funded, but what about those that cannot be, like the smaller institutions, which are not very seen?
I really, this is a challenging question. This happens in every institution, in every field, everywhere, that some get the lion's share and the others don't. But Mount Carmel over 75 years has proved its worth, has worked, has established itself, and therefore is, if I may say so, an institution which people are prepared to support. There are many, many institutions where people are supporting. They may not be as well known as Mount Carmel or may not have the same aura about it. But I know of rural schools, I know of places, colleges, small ones, big ones, struggling, but who are contributing in their own way to changing the situation in rural India.
Thank you, ma'am. Before we break for tea, one last question from the young lady at the back of the hall. Please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. So my question to Margaret ma'am is about marital rape. As scary as it sounds, but you know, the victims are not represented in the court. Recent judgment passed by the Delhi High Court was not a good judgment, is the thing I would say. So even, can I get a minute? I'm panicking. Sorry. Talking to ma'am, it's...
That's okay. Go ahead. No problem.
Yeah, so thank you. So the victims who are involved in this marital rape are mostly, they're married. First and foremost, they're scared. Okay, it's their husband who they trust is doing this to them. And also the other thing that they have children they need to look after, or sometimes they're not financially independent. So what are the laws or remedies you can give them regarding this issue to the victims of the marital rape?
You know, marital rape is still an open question today. Judges interpret things differently, depends upon what the whole atmosphere in which that judgment is passed. So it's difficult to say. I do agree that millions of women are forced to have sex when they don't want to. Married women. And it is a dilemma. They cannot walk out of the marriage. They cannot divorce the husband. The courts are not always with them, nor are their families. You are told, suffer or die, but stay with your husband. So it's a difficult answer to give you, if I may say so. Sympathies of everybody are with the woman, but there are many, 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 including their own parents, who say once you are married to the man, you have to accommodate him. So there is no real compensation Do you know of compensation?
Professor Saray, one quick comment before we break for tea.
All right. I assume you're speaking about the split decision in the Delhi High Court recently. And I had actually written about it in the Indian Express, so you'll probably get a more detailed view there. And the judges were completely divided. One felt that this is completely abhorrent. The other one looked at, the marriage relationship as being different and made statements like, if a father beats his child, it's not a crime. And so if if a husband does this to the wife, it's not a crime. Both are, the father beating a child is a crime, definitely. Nobody says it's not, but the judge seems to think differently. So I think the position is very clear, because when we are looking at it from the point of view of our constitution, as Srimati Alva said, our constitution has a very clear morality of equality. You cannot discriminate between men and women. If anything, you can have protective provisions for women. You can have special provisions for women. So applying the constitutional test, definitely marital rape must be a crime. But that is in the nature of a crime. In personal relationships, marital rape falls within the larger aspect of domestic violence, and about 40 to 60% of women face domestic violence. And it's complicated for them because they are in love with their abusers. Like many of us may have faced abuse as children, but we don't hate our parents. So it is a complicated relationship. So I think we need to support women who choose to act. Women who choose to complain, they must be enabled and they must be protected. I wish I could speak more, but maybe I can forward you the article, or if you Google it, you should find it if you want to read more.
We'll come back for more interesting questions and answers. I request all of you to stand up and give the speakers a standing ovation as they are escorted out, and come back to the hall for more questions.
I take this opportunity to thank Madam Margaret Alva for taking time off her hectic schedule to be in this program. Madam, thanks a lot for sharing your knowledge, wisdom, and thoughts with us and empowering us with that. Thank you, Madam. Dear students, we will have a tea break. Request everyone to be back in 20 minutes for the question-answer session and the panel discussion. Tea is served in boardroom 1 for the management panelists and moderator. Tea is served in the basement audi for the principal, staff of participating colleges, invitees, former staff, degree staff, and participating PU staff. Students of MC-PUC, MCC degree can collect their snack boxes from the Fatima block, and students from the invitee colleges will collect their snacks from the registration desk. Hurry up, students. Students, settle down quickly, please. Students in the ground floor also, please go and settle. Class reps are here. Class reps, can you put your hands up, please? Please check if your classes are there, otherwise just go and bring your girls quickly. Class reps, please post a message on your WhatsApp groups. Ask your classmates to assemble back into the OD. Dear students, please maintain silence. Students, kindly be seated. Students in the first floor, please settle down. Welcome back. We will now have the panel discussion and the question answer session. I request our moderator, Dr. Anil Abraham, to proceed with this session.
Welcome back. I hope you have lots of questions. So the last part of the symposium on Eve, I invite the young students upstairs and the students to the back of the room. Please feel free to ask questions to the panelists who are available to us on the topics that they've spoken and on any related topics. Please go ahead. Stand up, identify yourself if possible, and ask your question.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lasya from First HEPYS. My question, ma'am, is to Professor Dr. Sarasa Esther Thomas. Ma'am, is it true that lawyers should not be emotionally attached to their clients?
I don't, well, it's, to some extent true, because if you're a lawyer who is taking up a wide range of cases, you would be, detached from your clients, much like I think Dr. Abraham would be detached from his clients. But there are lawyers, for instance, and we call them human rights lawyers or cause lawyers, who strongly identify with a cause or strongly identify with human rights. And then they feel very emotional about the cause or even about the individual litigant that they are, dealing with. So it's not necessarily a true statement for all categories of lawyers.
But is it a good thing to be emotionally attached?
I think if you're a cause lawyer, then you're attached to the cause. Like if you're working on, let us say, like you had a group of lawyers working on LGBTQ rights, so they follow through with individual litigants through so many years and decades to finally get a favorable outcome. I think that's a fantastic thing. And if there were more cause lawyers, that would be great. So I think it is a good thing. And I think, when we look at people, we should look them in entirety at human beings, not just clients who come to us for assistance. I'm not saying that we should be friends with every client, but we are of course committed to that particular client. But I think it's good if lawyers are human rights lawyers, for sure.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you for that very interesting question. Any more?
Here.
Yeah, please go ahead.
On top.
Yeah, go ahead.
So my name is Ankita from 2nd ESPPY. So my question is that a lot of people are saying now that the divorce rates in India are increasing and that women have lost the ability to compromise or to adjust. So what are your thoughts on that?
The question, either of the panelists could take it up. Is the divorce rates going up because we've lost the ability to compromise? Now that question sounds like a question from Seema Auntie from Mumbai. Should we be compromising? And why is it only women who are compromising?
Yeah. I think that's completely right. And if you look at it from, it's a good question. If you look at it from the point of view of, this vague organism that we call society. And if society, they keep feeling that, marriage is an institution that should be protected. But at what cost? So if it is a marriage where both parties are equal, it's a marriage where there is love and understanding, yes, that is the kind of marriage that we want. But if it's a marriage where there's violence, where the woman doesn't get a say, where she is raped, where constantly people are gaslighting her and telling her that she is worthless, then such a marriage I don't think ought to exist at all. And so when we look at the reason why divorces are increasing is for two reasons. One, more people are opting for a formal divorce. But there have been many groups of people where they've had informal divorces. Like in Kerala, the state I'm ethnically from, most groups of women, they had what were called sambandham marriages, where they entered into a marriage with a man, and when they wanted to get out of the marriage, all they had to do was put his sleeping mat and slippers outside, and that was a divorce. So if you're saying divorces are going up now, it's these formal divorces going up. But marriages ending has always been there. And in times when divorces were not given, parties would just move away. They would have adulterous relationships with other women. If you look at the history of England, some of the kings and queens also had, bastards or illegitimate children outside marriage. So when you're looking at preserving marriage, you preserve good marriages. But when marriages are breaking down, divorce is not the evidence of marriage breaking down. The act of violence is when the marriage actually breaks down. And that's what I tell people. The husband hits his wife, the marriage is broken down, whether she chooses to get a divorce or not. Divorce is just the process of formalizing it. And I don't think a compromise should be something for women to do. Violence is not acceptable in any form at all. And if marriages are to be done in a healthy manner and preserved in a healthy manner, then I think couples need both premarital counseling and a lot of counseling during the marriage and when relationships are. So it's not because women's rights are increasing that you have more divorces. Okay? So
Arlene, any quick comments?
Make the difference.
Arlene?
Yeah, brilliant answer, Sarsu. I'd just like to add that in my own journey, I've been through the marriage prep course. I've been to marriage encounter after we got married to make our marriage stronger. And when our marriage was going through rocky times, difficult times, I went through again another workshop with my partner. And so I've been through that process. And what I have learned is that yes, the contract or the vows that you make on your marriage day, those have to be lived every day. And when they are not, when the feeling of love fades away, I have learned that love is a decision. And that decision has to be a joint decision. And that decision making is when you are deciding to compromise, both together as equals. You're deciding to make those sacrifices for each other, with each other, in terms of how you want to live out this partnership. So yes, I totally agree that this is an evolving a process of strengthening that relationship, challenging that relationship, and living out that whole phrase of love as a decision on every day. Because, infatuation comes and goes. And over the years, the rigor of life and living together is not easy. But when you work through it together and you live out that phrase, love as I decide to choose to stay in this marriage. I decide to compromise because I want to, not to, victimize each other, not out of some martyrdom. When you arrive at that level of mature relationship with each other, I think that marriage is getting stronger, and that relationship is really one that is ultimately is based on a love that is not just a feeling.
I hope you got your answer. Compromise is not a one-way street. Both of us have to be involved in that.
Question. I hope
yes,
that's
please go
okay.
ahead.
So I'm not sure about the details, but recently a judge also said that a lot of young couples prefer live-in relationships, and also about the divorce rates going up. So judges are saying that this is a reflection of the society, that we are not stable anymore. So they refuse to give out divorces or accept divorces. So do you think that's right? Like refraining from giving a person the choice to have their own separate lives?
First of all, live-in relationships is not something new. It has always been there. If you look at, mythology or, traditions, people who stay together without a formal marriage has always existed in human society. So it's not something new. It's just a new terminology that we are saying live-in relationships. And the law had to deal with different variants of live-in relationships for a long time. But when you're looking at whether judges grant a divorce or not, if there is a ground for, there are two kinds of divorces. One is mutual consent, where both of them feel we don't want to live together anymore. So they decide to separate. And the other is what we call a contested divorce, that one person says, I want to get out, and the other person says no. And it's usually because of something like, cruelty. she has been cruel, I want to leave. Or he has been cruel or unfaithful, so I want to leave. So in both divorces, judges don't really have much of a discretion. If it is proved and the judge says it is cruelty, then you have to either give a divorce or what is called a judicial separation. So they can say, okay, you try out for 1 year. Or they can say fair trial. You've just been married 1 month, you try it for 6 months. That's a maximum a judge can do, because if there is a ground for divorce made out, then the judge cannot refuse to give the divorce, grant the divorce.
Next question, please.
Good afternoon, speakers and sir. My question is mainly about domestic violence, about how if we face it even personally at homes, you're usually told that no, you're young, you don't know much about it, you can't talk about this. So I think many people grow up to think that it's okay to be treated like this. If you see your mother or your sister-in-law or whatever treated like this, then people grow up to think that it's okay. How do you think we can take a stand for that? So even you can answer.
That's fine. I think, yes, you've already given one part of the answer, which you said violence in any situation is not acceptable. You have to deal with that violence head on, as in sit down, talk, see that it can be corrected, and if it can't, you need to take action. I don't think violence in any relationship is acceptable in any form. Please.
I'd like to go back to the story that I shared with you about Mary, an 8-year-old girl. And she's the one, 8, who stood up to her father. I didn't tell you because I didn't have time to tell you her story in detail. And according to her elder sister and according to her, she and her younger sister, 6-year-old, who would go up to her father and say, "Why are you beating mommy?" And that's for a 6-year-old in her agency that she had to be able to say, no, this is not acceptable. I don't think there is any age that is the right age to say no. As we say, saying no, as Margaret Alva also said, when do you say yes and when do you say no? So age is not a factor, and whenever you see it, whenever you witness it, if you can be an ally, if you can be a sister in that sisterhood, I think that is something that we can all aspire to, irrespective of our gender.
Thank you. There was a question a little further down that row. Yes. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Hema Jagdish from First ES PPY. So in the beginning, all of you guys told that women should stand up for herself and, ask for justice, and people should ask her questions. But can India ever provide security to her after she gives her point of view? And can she ever, be who she was after, getting up for justice? Because every time when someone stands for justice, especially when it's a woman, she's seen different, and then she doesn't really live a life after that. So what do you think about that?
I'll go first, and so you can take it from there. As a social worker, I have journeyed with many young girls. I've actually worked on the street, as I said, with young girls living on the street, rag-picking children, and I still journey with them today as their mother of kids. And I can show you women who have stood up and who've been able to stand up to violence, be able to say no, to walk away from violent relationships. And in fact, some of these girls are my role models today. These are rarities, of course, but when you generalize and say they don't have a life or they can't have a life, I refuse to accept that, because I've seen women like this who have broken away from violent situations and carry on. There are organizations who also, like Vimochana, like Aveksha, there are many other NGOs who provide that support for women to walk away, to say no, to make their own life with dignity. The point is that, are we supporting such organizations enough? Are we supporting such women enough to be able to withstand the societal pressure that they are to face? So I think that definitely I agree with you. The situation is grim, but I will not like to pass the message in an educational institution like this with you, so many young girls. Your lives are ahead of you. And there are going to be occasions when you will either witness or experience violence yourself. And if you are going to be in fear to say, no, I will not be accepted if I walk away from this, that will be the worst thing that will happen, because we need to support each other to stand up, show up, speak up.
Arlene, I think in an educational institution like this, a good question you've asked. I think the foundation needs to be financial independence. If we can educate ourselves and learn skills so that we're financially independent, a lot of your question will be answered, because we need to stop reinforcing the Abla Nari, Bechari stereotype. You are perfectly capable of standing up on your own and making a living for yourself, so you don't need to depend on anyone. Once financial stability and independence has been underlined, you will have the answer to your question. Professor, please.
Okay, I may disagree a little bit with both of you. I mean, as a feminist and as someone who's worked with women for a long time, I understand, first of all, what you said, that when a woman takes a stand or stands up for herself or for someone else, you know, sometimes you cannot foresee the repercussions. And so many women may decide not to take that up. And, you know, while many women may be strong, and we hope that many of you are strong and financially independent and able to do that, not all victims of violence are resilient. You know, so first of all, someone has experienced a lot of violence, they've been gaslighted, they feel that they are worthless, and expecting them to suddenly stand up and fight for their rights is not correct. So when we look at various intersectionalities, you can't tell a person with disability, for instance, oh, you go and fight for your rights. You can't tell a Dalit, oh, you go and fight for your rights. We need to be allies. So there are many times when we find that, you know, women are vulnerable, they don't have agency, they're unable to stand up for themselves. And we should stand up for them. And sometimes it rebounds on us. I have, for instance, helped women who have, you know, faced violence. And after some time, they decide to, you know, go back to their husbands, and then they say, no, but, you know, Professor Sarasu made me say this. And then I become the bad person. That's okay. But I know that every time I handhold women, you know, some of them may go back. Some of them may say that, but this is not what I want. That's a freedom that they have. And I think that is something that we need to understand. As groups who have been, you know, victimized for a very long time, it's sometimes extremely hard to stand up. And I think finally you have to see what is best for you. And even at institutions, when I speak about you know, gender, I've had women tell me, but if I stand up to the administration, I may be rejected, my PhD leave may be rejected. And these are educated women at very high positions. So sometimes we do take decisions in our own personal interest. And I think that choice is completely yours. I mean, we all hope that we will be there for other women and that we will stand up for our own rights. But I think that's a very personal choice in cases. I know of cases where women do not make that choice because they fear further violence, you know. Sexual assault is one of them. They feel if they speak about the sexual assault, they'll be vilified, they'll be called a liar, they'll be called a loose woman, their parents will throw them out of their house, their husbands will divorce them, and so they may refuse to speak. So I think it's a very individual question, but we hope that your college and you know, you yourself are able to equip yourself to make that choice.
That's a practical answer to your question. I hope your question has been answered. Any more questions?
So,
yes,
up
please.
here,
Yes,
right
go ahead.
side.
Go ahead.
So,
Yes.
left side.
Oh, God. Okay.
Yeah, towards your left. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Vindhya from 2nd ES PPY. So my question is, the POSH and POXO Act, are they really helping in reduction of the cases? Since the law procedure and the medical procedure is it's very lengthy procedure, many people back off in between. And since the medical tests are very sensitive, where the doctor has to touch very particular parts of the body, there are many women who back out of this. And like, so I just want to know, like, this act was introduced in 2012 December. So is there a reduction in cases, or are people backing off?
So, yeah, the POSH Act, I mean, you can have a separate session on that, but very, very briefly, that is the Protection of Women from Sexual Harassment Act. That is a very specific purpose. That is to protect women in their workspaces only. So women, for instance, when you face sexual harassment, you already had laws. You had rape, you had outraging modesty of a woman, etc. But what if women don't want the criminal law? And Posh actually asked the woman question, what do women want in a workplace? They just want to be free of sexual harassment. So if there is sexual harassment at the workplace, the woman may choose not to file a criminal complaint, but instead go to the employer, and the employer can do many things. Create a safe workplace and make sure that the harasser is removed or kept apart from the woman, and allow her to continue to work unhindered. So this is the main purpose of the POSH Act. It's not a criminal law, so she doesn't have to go through any medical tests. So just a question of determination within the workspace or a college or any other institution on has sexual harassment happened, and then how should this be treated. Now, cases on POSH have, it's difficult to say if they've gone up or not, but certainly after POSH trainings, we always see more POSH complaints. And the reason is because women feel empowered to complain. It's not that everyone has become spoilt, as one employer said after POSH training. It's just that women feel, oh, this is something I can complain about, and I know whom to complain to, right? So the sexual harassment at the workplace is stopped. It's a safe working environment for women. The POXO Act is a very different legislation. That is a criminal law to prevent sexual offenses against children. It's a very complex legislation. And there are some good points of it as well. Of course, you need, that children should not be abused by adults and so on and so forth. But it also creates a lot of difficulties because it presumes that until the age of 18, no one will ever engage in any sexual act. And we know that's not true of most societies, not just Indian society, but most societies. Children are, for lack of a better word, sexually active in one way or the other, right from their teens. So it doesn't have any way of grading it. So it treats a sexual act between a girl being raped by a 70-year-old man or a 40-year-old man the same as two young teenagers who are having some sexual contact voluntarily. So there are many issues with POXO, and definitely because we are moving into a criminalization stand, there are many convictions on POXO, but there are also a lot of critiques in that may not be a perfect act, and we definitely need to look at that more closely.
I hope your question was answered. That's quite a complex situation still for us to deal with. Arlene, any comments? You must be dealing with children at the...
At Enfold Proactive Health Trust, there is a dedicated team that works with children who have experienced sexual violence. And I just wanted to share that as a resource or as a service for any one of you who know of a child who has been sexually abused. And there's also a research team that is doing brilliant work on the issue of the implementation of the POXO Act and issues like the Child Marriage Act, etc. So I'm not the right person to give you the updated statistics in terms of whether those cases have risen, but I led a team along with my colleague Swagata Raha on terms of the implementation of the POXO Act and the functioning of the special courts under this act. And that is a story that you really would need to hear in terms of the judges of these courts and what they are doing, how they're interpreting the act, and is justice being served only in a criminal court? And that goes back to the point that I made in my presentation about restorative justice. The difference between a criminal procedure, where a victim has to go to a court and depose, and the reality on the street, on the ground, in terms of the victim's experience in a court of law, how sometimes it can be so dehumanizing. There's so much re-victimization happening because of the legal or the judicial procedures. So the reality in terms of the implementation of these laws is really something for you to think about. And there are alternatives to the criminal justice proceeding. This is a complicated aspect, and I wouldn't like to take your time on it, but just to say that across the world, there is something called diversion, where there is an engagement of how you can achieve justice and healing. Justice with healing through a restorative justice process, which is an alternative to the criminal justice procedure. In some jurisdictions, in some countries, RJ, as it is called, RJ procedures are embedded within the law, and it can be a part of the criminal justice proceeding where this alternative is embedded. but it's a long, complicated answer just to say that just because we have laws, I think we need to critique these laws, as Sarsu said, and more than that, look at this implementation on the ground. And for that, to know even sometimes whether to report or not to report, though mandatory reporting is part of the POCSO Act. So if you know of somebody who's being a child who's being sexually abused, there is a legal requirement that you have to report. But as in the case that Professor Sarsu was talking about, if there are two adolescents who are engaging in a sexual act or sexual encounter consensually, they are being criminalized. The boy goes to the Juvenile Justice Board, which criminalizes the boy. The girl gets put into, in many circumstances, this girl gets put into the child protection system in a government-run home. And the trauma that these children go through, because the law, it's called statutory rape, because of this being considered as rape as per the law, but in reality, these were two adolescents in a consensual relationship. And I have journeyed with some of these children in these contexts. So it's a complicated situation, and I really urge you as students, come and visit us at Enfold, come and talk with us in our teams, support young victims of child sexual abuse and the work that is being done on restorative justice.
Thank you for that comprehensive answer. Next question, please.
Good afternoon.
Excuse me, over here, please.
We have one on the right side of the hall. Quickly ask your question and then we'll move on.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Mandira from 2nd ESPPY. I just wanted to know the panelists' view on abortions, and as Dr. Sarasu said, many teens are sexually active, so how can we start realistically enforcing safe abortions for minors in India?
Panelists?
Okay. I'm very clear as a feminist on abortions that abortion is a matter of choice. I was quite ambivalent as a student because, raised in a Christian environment. But with the work that I have done on reproductive rights, I know that if such a choice is not made available to women, then it would be something that would harm women irreparably. If safe abortion is not available, women will resort to unsafe abortion. So, there have been cases that I have come across with women with gangrene in their uterus or septicemia because they've not had access to safe abortion, and they have tried to carry out the procedure themselves. I would also say the term that we use is what we call medical termination of pregnancy. And in the Indian context, it's not, I don't think it is really much of an issue because we keep saying, when we look at when a person gets rights, when do you get rights as a human being, as somebody who's in India? The rights happen from the time that a child is born. So from the time the child is born, you have, the child becomes a citizen, you have rights. So there is no right for a fetus. So fetus in law is not a human being that possesses rights, as of now, in the Indian context. So it's quite easy to understand that when we're talking about rights, you can only talk about the rights of the mother and her rights to, rights to personal liberty under the Constitution, because the fetus has no rights as a legal person. So I'm talking about it from the point of view of law. So when one looks at the Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act, it is a difficult legislation. It makes certain moralistic claims, like it does not allow for unmarried women, for instance, to say that they did not have access to contraception and so on, to claim medical termination of pregnancy. And it also, it does not provide a right to abortion, but it allows for a medical termination of pregnancy. But it is very inaccessible to many women everywhere in India. Okay, so women don't have access to contraception, and because of which they may become pregnant, and then they don't have access to medical termination of medical termination either. So from a pure perspective of constitutional law, since the woman is a rights-bearing individual and a fetus is not, there is no problem in the Indian context of conferring rights on women. And in some of the Western literature, because a lot of abortion debates in India are influenced by Western literature, they make it as though it is a right to choice and right to, what's it called? A right to life. Huh? Pro-choice and pro-life, which is a lie. Because those who are pro-life are not really pro-life. They don't care about what happens to the child once the child is born. They don't care about what happens to the mother if she's forced to have a child. So many women in India who have children outside marriage, it is a death sentence. Okay? And for many children who are born outside marriage, it is also a death sentence. Okay? They don't survive. So the same governments in the United States, for instance, which are considered to be anti-abortion, also don't provide much in terms of health care, also don't provide for the child. So it's not a pro-choice, pro-life. It is, are you recognizing the right of the woman to decide, my body, my right? That is the only question. So from a constitutional legal perspective, it's absolutely clear in India.
Very clear legally. I hope you're satisfied with the answer. Next question, please.
Excuse me, sir.
We're going to have to take turns, please, one at a time. Where are you speaking from?
Here,
please
towards
go
your
ahead.
right.
Go ahead.
Here
The one
first.
from the balcony.
I'm Ishita from First HPYS. And my question is that, ma'am, when you answered the previous questions, you said it's the mindset of the judge on base how they'll give the verdict. But if the mindset of the judge is like not correct, won't the verdict be wrong and it will be unfair for the person who is innocent? So how does the mindset of the judge come to picture here?
Professor?
Judges are just a reflection of our society, you know, so they can be classist, they can be casteist, they can be patriarchal. Okay, so there is no doubt about that. So when they, and I had taken an example in the morning on cruelty, you know, how they see the husband's cruelty and how they see the wife's cruelty. And the same thing happens everywhere. I mean, in many decisions which go before judges, you have that. And sometimes you have judges in early rape law decisions making strange statements like, but she was of bad character. I mean, we all know of Nirbhaya's case, but the first set of rape laws happened after a case called the Mathura rape case, where a 15-year-old girl, a 15-year-old tribal Dalit girl was raped by policemen, and they got away on the basis that she was of bad character. Okay, so that is really the mindset. When we're talking about what people's mindsets are, it is reflective of society. Judges are not angels sitting there. Just like all of us, we have elements of good and bad, and we just try to change ourselves. And we try to become more sensitive with years. One of the tools that feminists use is what is called consciousness raising. That you try to raise consciousness of people by talking about patriarchy, by saying what is right and wrong. And the only way to engage with it is to work with judiciary. Arlene and I do it all the time. But it's like, you know, you all must have done some of those annoying maths problems in school where you're pouring water into a tank from one pipe. And then there's another pipe through which water goes on leaking. And the question is, when is the tank half full or something? The tank will never be full because, you know, as you're pouring, it also leaks. And we think as students, why can't they just plug that leak? Then the tank will get full. But, you know, society is not like that. But if you don't keep pouring that water, then the tank will empty out. So that's how we should be. We should be engaged in constant consciousness raising. With every batch of judges, we try to do some work. It clicks with some, it does not click with some. But you cannot wave a magic wand and, you know, wake up tomorrow and we are all feminists who believe that men and women should be equal. It's a slow process, but, you know, it is something that we should engage with.
And remember that the public voice is always heard. If you don't like something which is being said in a judgment, if the public raises enough of a furore, makes it known to the people concerned that, you know, we're unhappy with the judgment, we feel that it is wrong. Many times these things have been changed in the next court of law. And it's possible for us to stand up, show up, and speak up. It's important that we do that.
I'll just add to this question and in terms of the work that I have done in terms of training judges of courts that deal with children in conflict with law or children who commit crime. And as I said in my presentation, that in India we have a long history, more than a century, of rehabilitative legislation to treat young people who commit crime as children who have the capacity, potential to reform, to change, because they are developing young brains, young minds. These children need the support that they need to rehabilitate and to reintegrate into the community, not to be banished, punished, segregated, isolated from society, because that is not going to bring that reform. But the judges, many of them, of these juvenile justice boards, as they are called under the Juvenile Justice Act, come with their own experience of a punitive childhood, or this is how I was beaten as a child, and that's why I am here today. So their own lived experience influences the way they think. So you're absolutely right. Our experiences of our lives and the way we think needs to be, there needs to be sensitization of these human beings. But I'm really happy to say, in the Juvenile Justice Act, this particular court consists not just of a principal magistrate who brings legal education, or is a judicial magistrate of the first class deputed from the judiciary. This particular court has 2 social work members. And these social work members could be people like me, a person with a background in social work, psychology, a doctor, an educationist. So this multidisciplinary court is, in my view, a brilliant legislative vision, because it means that while trying to understand, was this crime committed or not committed in terms of the evidence and the adjudication of over the facts of the case, it also requires this multidisciplinary board to look into, why was this crime committed? What was the circumstances in which this child committed this crime? How can we best support this child to reform and reintegrate into the community? And in that process, while we go through all that information, the judges' minds are not just on terms of whatever perhaps that is there as perhaps as implicit bias, some of them, not knowing how their implicit bias could affect the judgment, but to be really pushed to understand this child in this circumstance, and the balancing that happens because of the psycho-socio-legal, medical, educational perspective, that process of trying to understand what justice means to this young person is very different. And that process of wherein the social workers, sometimes also the social work members, challenge the principal magistrate, or the principal magistrate challenges the social workers. So that process of a multidisciplinary bench, in my view, especially with regard to children, is really a wonderful process, which could be ways in which they also get challenged in terms of their own thinking and way of looking at crime and juvenile justice.
Thank you, Aline. That sounds really interesting and hopeful. I hope we see more of that. We have time for 2 more questions, so those of you who have the mic.
Over here.
Hi, good afternoon.
I've been waiting here for a long time.
All right, whoever's been waiting for a long time,
Here,
that person.
over
Yeah,
here.
go
Everyone
ahead.
are waiting for a long time.
Go ahead, go ahead,
Hi.
go ahead. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Those who've asked questions already, please refrain.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Vanshika Joshi from First PCBH. And my question is that few months ago on internet, there was a video article which went really viral about a minister. He was giving his statement on a rape case, and he just said that why don't just the girl lay down and enjoy? And that was really terrific and bad. And that article went really viral. And when such a powerful person says such, how would it influence the normal people? They listen from them, because normal people have the, state where that the minister is very big. What he says, it's really important for us. So how would it influence the normal people?
Every day you open the newspapers and every day you read insensitive things being said by people in positions of power. And we can only hope and pray that that is going to change. Arlene?
Yeah, no, very briefly, that it has to be condemned, and therefore, I don't, maybe if I may, there's no such thing as normal people and people who are not. Everyone is a citizen, and if we can collectively stand up to statements like this, condemn them in the strongest words, tell truth to power. What does it mean for you as a young girl to be able to stand up to that minister or to write a letter? What kind of advocacy can you do? You can write an article, you can tweet, you can, social media, you can stand up. This cannot, as society says, this amorphous thing of society, it consists of you and me. And we are normal. Yes, but we are also citizens, we have power. We have to speak out and condemn this kind of statements so that people who, we come from privilege, in this, coming in this, from this kind of an educational institution, we have privilege. We have to recognize that and therefore speak perhaps with and on behalf of others who cannot. So it's a journey, but definitely my response would be we need to take action and speak out for such statements.
And those of you who've reached voting age, we can vote. Please remember that. That's the way to make sure that a person of that nature never gets voted back to power again. Next question.
Hello,
Yes,
sir.
go ahead.
Balcony.
Hi.
All
Over
right, go
here.
ahead. One from
Here,
top.
here.
One from the top.
Sir.
I'll come back.
Sir.
Yes.
Sir, over here.
Ask your
Sir.
question. If you've got the mic, ask your
Okay,
question.
so-
Yeah, go ahead.
Actually, two questions on the top.
Not from down, from above. the
Over
balcony.
here,
Yeah.
sir.
Okay, go ahead. Ask your
Hello,
question.
I'm Deshna from 2nd HEPYS. First of all, good afternoon to everybody present here, to all the speakers, teachers, and Carmelites. Before I continue with my question, I want to speak briefly about two things. In a conservative orthodox country like India, the topic of consent and sex and protection or contraception is avoided. However, it is extremely important to discuss this in schools, colleges, or whatever. But you see this being a very shunned topic to talk about. And if you talk about contraceptions more and about consent, the rape cases might decrease to a certain amount. Even the topic of divorces are looked down upon, like one of the Carmelites had said. And women are supposed to keep their heads down, have their dignities broken, rights taken away, etc. Because there's always the inevitable question of what would society say, and a mindset of I'm the wife, I'm the woman, and I must resist compromise and take in all these troubles as
Young lady, you must join politics. You've given us a speech. What is your question?
okay, even if the patriarchal or caste system is abolished, there will be a mindset amongst the crowd and they shall ask, oh, do I have to sit with this Asi person and woman and Ninyao Jati? This would still be upholded by our elders, so it is our responsibility, the next generations, to ensure this toxic, hurtful systems are truly abolished. I don't really have a certain or direct question, but I was wondering if
I
all of
admire
our...
your passion. Now one question from here.
I have yet to ask my question.
Somebody there.
Good
Yes.
afternoon, everyone.
Please go ahead. Yeah.
So throughout the session, there was these two words used: women empowerment and feminism. So what are they two same thing or a different thing?
Arlene, you take that
I know
because
it
you
would be
spoke
a
about...
silly question to ask.
Not at all. Not at all. Arlene?
I feel women empowerment is part of the whole feminist agenda, and it is a process. It is to be able to enable women to recognize the power that they hold within them. And so that whole process of empowering a woman is something that needs to be forefront in terms of recognizing that whether it is standing up to patriarchy or whatever it is, they both are very closely interlinked. It's a very short answer. I'm sure Sarsu can give much more nuance to it.
Yeah.
Okay, one from above. Anyone?
Sir, Excuse me.
here on the
Excuse
left.
me. Yeah.
Yes,
Yes,
go
sir.
ahead. Ask your question.
Sir, the opposite side, on the balcony.
Okay, all right. Ask your
Here, sir.
question. Yes.
So I'm Afreen from 1st ESPPY. First of all, good afternoon to everyone present here. So as we all know about the hijab ban case, so ma'am, the the Karnataka High Court upholds the hijab ban case. It is said that it is not an essential part of religious belief. So what are your views on it? But it is actually an essential part of our belief, because it is said that after puberty, the girl has to cover her body and her hair. It is just that it depends on us people if we want to follow it or not. How does the clothing of the child matter in this educational system of India?
All right, I'll answer that, but I just wanted to quickly respond to feminism as well. A lot of people tell me, we believe in women's equality, but I'm not a feminist. I said those two statements don't go together. If you believe in women's equality, you are a feminist. You may be belonging to different groups of feminists, that's a different matter. So those who stand for women's equality and actual equality rather than just nominal equality are feminists. So from a feminist perspective, how do you look at this problem? I would look at this problem not as a question of religion, not as any such dimension. I would look at it from purely a woman's perspective, that women should have the right to decide what they wear. And when we look at religion, we see that we can't also bracket religions into different groups. I remember when I lived in the north, when I was the only Christian in the entire school, I had students asking me that, oh, you're a Christian, your mother must be wearing a mini skirt. And my mother is twice my size, so it boggled my imagination to imagine her in a mini skirt. But that is the impression they had. If you're Christian, then your mother must be wearing a mini skirt. So when we look at culture, and religion is only a small part of the culture, we see that my Christianity may be different from Arlene's Christianity. My Christianity may be different from my daughter's Christianity. My Christianity may be different from my spouse's Christianity. Religion is a very personal thing. And if I feel that for the religion that I want to follow, it is all right to wear a bindi. I've been told that Christian women should not wear bindis. Or it's all right to wear a sari. Or it's all right to wear jeans. Then I think it's a very personal choice in what I wear. If I choose to cover my head, that is for me and me alone to decide, because that's very personal. So I think the way the court has dealt with it is completely wrong. And there are plenty of articles on it. You can just Google it. There are plenty of writings, even in contemporary sources like blogs and newspapers that you can read more on. But I think that's as a feminist, it's a very personal choice to make. So here you are, if you ask the woman question, has this decision, which is supposed to be for liberating women, actually helped women? No. It has actually prevented a section of women from accessing education efficiently. And that is what happens when we don't ask the woman question. Whether we are judging, or we are making policy, or we are teaching, we have to think from a very feminist perspective always.
Ma'am,
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, also, do you think educational institutions should be based on religion? Because there's many Islamic, Christianity, Catholic colleges. I think so, from my point of view, educational institutions should not be based on any religions.
Okay, to quickly answer that, the Constitution treats everyone with equality, but there is only one right that is given to minorities. Do you know what that is? That is the right to establish and administer educational institutions of their choice. That is the only minority right. Whether it is religious minority or linguistic minority, I belong to a place, I may belong to a society with I want to conserve my language. If I don't have an education institution, how will I do that? So I think that is a right that should remain untouched. That is the only minority right available. And it is a right whose parallels you will find all over the world. It's not unusual to India. You'll find similar rights all over the world. So, I would not completely agree with you on that question.
Thank you very much for your questions.
Can I just add to that, Anil?
Yes,
Can I
please,
just
go ahead,
add to
Arlene.
that? I agree with what Professor Sarsu said. However, again, as a social worker, as a human rights activist, I would say that even in minority institutions, Catholic, Hindu, Muslim, whatever religion, within those institutions, I do believe that it would be, if we are talking really about we for we, there should be no othering. There should be a human rights agenda embedded in the curriculum, in the campus. That whole Equiterra vision has to be instilled in every young student and every faculty, so that every human being has the right to practice and express their religion, even within educational institutions, even in residential facilities where children reside, or in hostels. So I believe, though there is a minority institution right, within that space, can the human rights agenda be center and forefront?
Thank you very much for your questions. This is what India represents. We should have a symposium like this in an institution like this, where you can ask uncomfortable questions and get opinions from a panelist. Two panelists sitting on a stage may have a difference of opinion, but both of them are free to express their opinion. Thank you so much for attending this symposium on behalf of Mount Carmel Group of Institutions. Thank you very much for the group of symposiums that you've attended, and thank you for the extremely controversial, political, probing, and thought-provoking questions from all of you. Thank you to the panelists.
Thank you, dear eminent panelists. Thank you to our wonderful audience. I now request our principal and the co-convener of the symposium, Ms. Babita Saldana, to propose the vote of thanks.
I thank the Lord Almighty, who abounds with love, grace, and plenteous mercy, more than we can ever imagine. It is my privilege to propose the vote of thanks and acknowledge the valuable contribution of those who worked really hard to make this event a reality. Our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Sister Aparna, Manager, Mount Carmel Institutions and Principal of Mount Carmel Central School, Dr. Sister Arpana, Principal, Mount Carmel College Autonomous, for their encouragement and constant support. We are thankful to the coordination extended by Ms. Charmaine Jerome, Vice Principal, and Ms. Pavitra Raj, Chief Welfare Officer, Mount Carmel College Autonomous. At Mount Carmel Institutions, we foster a family relationship. We were fortunate to be connected with dynamic and multifaceted panelists and moderators during the course of these 2 days. On behalf of MCPUC fraternity, I extend gratitude to all panelists and moderators for sharing your findings and opinions with us. We sincerely thank Srimati Margaret Alva, who continues to be a source of inspiration among the youth because of her vast knowledge and acumen in the subject. We are thankful to Dr. Sarasu Esther Thomas for an informative, mind-boggling presentation and enhancing the understanding on the women question in India today. Thank you, Dr. Suzama, for connecting us with Dr. Sarasu. We convey our sincere thanks to Ms. Aline Manoharan for an innovative and stimulating presentation. We women are truly elated. We wish to record sincere gratitude to Dr. Anil Abraham, who has always shown keen interest in associating himself with the activities of our college by sharing his knowledge and expertise. Ideas were smartly diffused with a touch of humor. Thank you, dear distinguished panelists and moderator, for sparing your valuable time and enlightening us with your commendable talk on the subject. I would like to thank the torchbearer of this event, Dr. Sister Genevieve, former principal of Mount Carmel College and currently our academic administrator and the convener of the National Symposium. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by an inspiring mentor with adept experience. Her innovation, concrete planning, and bird's eye view for details made it possible for MCPUC to host the National Symposium for the first time. Thank you, dear sister. We are grateful to our precious former faculty members. Their dedicated service and guidance has elevated our institution to its current status of excellence. I owe special gratitude to the support that was extended by our former principal, Dr. Sister Jonita. Thanks to Sister Therese Ann and all the sisters of the convent for your prayers and blessings. My heartfelt gratitude to the principals, faculty, and students of invitee colleges for encouraging us with your participation. I thank Mr. Raja for your support. I take immense pleasure in extending my thanks to academic coordinators, welfare officers, heads of departments, teaching, non-teaching, and support staff, and above all, the lecturers involved in various committees for their active involvement and willingness to take on the completion of tasks beyond their comfort zone. I think this batch of PU Carmelites were really lucky to be a part of the National Symposium. So thank you, my dearest PU and degree Carmelites, for your enthusiastic participation in this event. All glory be to Our Lady of Mount Carmel and our Mother Foundress, Mother Teresa of St. Joseph Lima, Servant of God, for giving us the courage and spirit to organize this mega event. Our objective has been met even beyond our expectation. I conclude with a quote from Dalai Lama: "The roots of all goodness lie in the soil of appreciation." It was really a great time with you all. Thank you.
I request everyone to rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Few announcements. Requesting the distinguished management, panelists, moderator to join us for lunch at CCC. Lunch is served at the basement audi to all our former staff, principals and staff from invitee colleges and degree staff. Students from participating colleges, MCC degree students, students from MCPUC can collect your snack boxes from Fatima Block. Participants who signed up only for third session kindly collect your certificates from the registration desk. Thank you.